hushed silence, I think, is a good sign. Good morning, everyone. Very warm welcome to you to the University of Leeds, to our chaplaincy here. I'm Tim, I'm the lead chaplain here, but I also have the privilege of being a trustee for Project Bonhoeffer, who are one of the partners in crime for our event for today. It's lovely to have you here today. I'm just going to give you a bit of housekeeping so you know what to happen if things go wrong through the day, basically. We are not expecting a fire alarm, so if there is one, if you can head back down the stairs and out, and we gather by the arches opposite the Emmanuel Centre. There is another fire exit through the seminar rooms and down the stairs there, which also leads you out to the front of the building, should you need to go that way. We do have toilets on this floor. They are past the kitchen area, through the seminar room, and in between the first seminar room and the second seminar room, should you need them. There are also more toilets downstairs, so you head back down and then back into the building, and there are toilets that are marked there as well if these seem to be full. So hopefully that deals with that. Yes.
Sorry, is there an evac chair? Or do I just
there is an evac chair, yes. Yeah. So yes. Yes. We won't leave you in jeopardy. Don't worry. Okay.
Slide downstairs.
We do have spaces for quiet throughout the day. If there are things that are particularly affecting you and you want somebody to talk to, I'm going to be here all day acting as chaplain, so please do just come and grab me if you need somebody to talk to. And if you are feeling a bit overwhelmed at any point, please feel free to just head on out and get some fresh air. The weather is supposed to be decent all day, so that helps. And at lunchtime, feel free to grab some sandwiches, head out if you want to, but do make sure you get back in time for the remaining parts of the events. And if there is, we will be taking photos throughout the day, so if you don't want to be in any photos, if you can let Ruth know, who's waving at the back there, and she won't include you in any of the photos. I think that's it from me, so I'm going to hand over now to Naomi, who's going to facilitate the rest of the
Well, I was going to say a lot of that. Before anything else, I was going to ask Sarah, where is Sarah? There's Sarah, just to tell you about a resource that relates to today that you might be glad to know of. Hello, I'm Sarah Ball from Churches Together in England, and we just developed an ecumenical resource called Kingdom Over Nation. It's a series of Bible studies and some thoughts about how we can engage in our churches with the rise of Christian nationalism in England. So it's called Kingdom Over Nation. It's on the front page of the Churches Together in England website, which is cte.org.uk. But our friends at SCM are going to circulate a link to that at the end. But do use it in your own context as much as you find useful. Thank you so much, Sarah. So today is a shared event with our friends at Project Bonhoeffer, who are great supporters of SCM, and it's wonderful to have a chance to meet in person and to share ideas and questions. I say ideas and questions because today's topic is not one that we will perhaps ever have fully resolved. Loving your enemies, doing good to those who hate us, sounds possible kind of only when it's an abstract ideal. It sounds noble, it sounds generous. But when we are really faced with people who hate us, not the idea of us, but actually us, hate who we are, it's a much messier proposition. In the staff team over the last couple of years, we've come together on Wednesday mornings to pray for our enemies. At the start, we were a little bit self-conscious about this. It felt a little silly, even. But then, over the months, we shared incidents where we'd encountered hatred in our daily lives, at the shops, or in traffic, maybe, or in church. Sometimes we haven't been able to find the words to pray for those who are in power, like those who are determined gay couples will never marry, or attack the existence of trans people, or drop bombs on children in Gaza. But there has been solidarity in the bumbling of our prayers while we try to be the people that God calls us to be. We have incredible speakers to hear from today, but we don't expect them to resolve all this for us. Loving our enemies, doing good to those who hate us. But we are grateful that they're here today to help us face this one of the hardest parts of our faith. The first of those speakers is Rachel Muers, who's going to help us frame the day in the context of Dietrich Bonhoeffer's life and writings. Rachel is a professor of divinity at Edinburgh University. And then I was going to say to you, am I right that you're a Quaker? And she's a Quaker. Breaking news. And she was also, perhaps most importantly, one of the examiners for my PhD. So I already have much to thank her for. Rachel, over to you.
Oh goodness, thank you. Can I get a time check, because I think we're yes. How long? How long? Yes, I know that. How long do you want me to go on for? Is my question. Because I don't want to take up more of folks. Oh goodness, that's quite a lot. We don't. Can you take with me to look? Well, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We'll have a chat. That's good. Excellent.
Running about
Hello.
8 minutes ahead.
Morning. Nice to meet you all. Yes, greetings from Edinburgh. I didn't come from Edinburgh today. I live just up the road in Leeds, but I'm in Edinburgh for work purposes these days. Some of the other things that might be relevant to know about me in the conversation is one that I was a trustee of Project Bonhoeffer for some time, and way back before that, I was an SEM person back in Cambridge back in the day, and I also have significant ongoing ecumenical involvements. I'm part of the Faith and Order Commission of the World Council of Churches, as it happens, but ecumenism is one of the things I think is important. Ecumenism is one of the things I want to do. It's one of the things that ends up connecting me to Dietrich Bonhoeffer, which I might say a little bit more about in a minute. The reason I put this slide here today, other than just to show off that I have a nice place, about the prettiest workplace in the country, is because the title that I was given to talk about is Bonhoeffer in Context, wasn't I? And what I actually want to talk about is the challenges of connecting Bonhoeffer's context with ours, and the need to be aware of the complexity of our context and the many different things that are going on for each of us. So what you see here is what looks like your archetypal ivory tower, right? Yeah, you kind of just sit there up on the hill and think big thoughts, but this is a building that was constructed out of a time of really quite serious and acrimonious and deep division in Scottish society. It was the time of the what's called the Great Disruption. The Church of Scotland split. Quite a lot of the people and all the money took itself off and took occupied land on the top of the hill to say, we are now the church that, you know. And when the building was dedicated, their then founder made a speech that I think about quite a lot, where he talked about whether a place where you studied theology could be a source of healing he said, healing for our families. And you thought, well, maybe it could, but on the other hand, you just made a split, right? So we are never the point is, we're never in a place where we can look out over the world and say, this is how you do it right. We're always somehow involved in the complexities of the division. We're always kind of committed and implicated, but we're also looking for sources of healing in times of division and wondering about what that might actually look like. So anyway, but it's a nice building, so now you've seen it, let's move on. Great, good. here's what I'm trying to do. So something went wrong with that placing of that picture. I'm bad at slides. Anyway, here's what I'm trying to do in this introduction. Hopefully it's something like what you wanted me to do. I am trying to think with and beyond Dietrich Bonhoeffer to help us find two things. One, theologically informed readings of where we are. So there's a bit that's about diagnosis, what is this time? The conference publicity said a time of rising violent far-right activity, so I took that as the main presenting question, but then Naomi's raised a lot of other wider things that are going on. Question about diagnosis and some theological starting points for how to respond. That's what I thought I'd try to do. Arun and I just had a chat about how we've got overlapping themes, so hopefully between us we'll manage to get there. Now, something to say at this point in relation to the Dietrich Bonhoeffer material. My experience of doing joint SCM Project Bonhoeffer events is that there were people in the room who are like, I am here to discuss Dietrich Bonhoeffer. I know a lot about Dietrich Bonhoeffer. Here's my man. I am really interested in that opportunity for conversation. And people are like, will you please get past the dead Germans and get to the bit about what is going on now? And that is sometimes quite a hard thing to bridge. So what I normally try to do in that situation is throw out a few ideas from work on Bonhoeffer that I've done or that other people have done and I've stolen. Throw out a few ideas and see what comes back in terms of what's interesting, what do people want to ask about, and we can make space where people can both say, what about this bit in Bonhoeffer and how do you understand it? And people who say, hang about, just go back to some basics and explain how any of that is relevant to now. So I'm going to try, I want to say I'm aware that we've got a range of different interests in the room, and I hope that there's room for that within the day. The other thing that I've done here is I've put up a book cover by a book by very good, important US scholar Stephen Haynes, of a book called The Bonhoeffer Phenomenon, and if you can see the subtitle there, it's Portrait of a Protestant Saint. So one of the things that I'm acknowledging here is that I'm talking about a theologian, lived 1906 to 1945. 1945 bit, of course, is significant because he's executed in relation to his role in the conspiracy against Hitler in the last months of the Second World War. So he fights Nazis, he's the one everybody wants on their team, hence he's portrayed in lots of different ways as a Protestant saint, and one of the experiences, we were just talking with our friend here about the kind of martyrology and the mythology that builds up around somebody who's seen in that way. One of the features of working on Bonhoeffer, and maybe there are other people, maybe there's other figures who work similarly, is that we do, and I've put myself in that category, have a bit of a tendency to paint him as the ideal of whatever we think we want, right? That this is, because everybody knows that the Nazis are really, really bad, so the guy who fights the Nazis must be the good guy, so he must agree with me because I'm clearly one of the good guys, so I want him on my team. Yeah, and that's one of the things that Stephen Haynes has actually sort of analysed in his book, the way in which there's been all sorts of struggles over the legacy of this person. And that maybe says, even if you're not very interested in the history of the theologian himself, that maybe says something about ways that we think, ways that Christians think, ways that people with strong values and commitments think, that has something to teach us, right? We assume that all the good guys are going to agree with us, right? We assume that the heroes are going to be on our side. And one of the things that I find interesting working with and thinking about, someone who's actually quite a complex chap, who I have arguments with, massive disagreements with, so on, is that learning to disagree, learning to live well with people we disagree with is part of one of the important things about doing theology. That's not the same, and I want to come back to what Naomi's talking about, that's not the same as having as the problem of the enemy or the problem of the person who hates you, so we can come to that later. but something about recognising a possibility of deep disagreement with the people to whom you're committed to being in community probably is important, I think. And it's something I learned even from working on Bonhoeffer, because apart from anything else, he's really sexist. But I'm just going to say that. You know, if you can read Bonhoeffer on lots of things, but don't read him on male-female relations because it's really bad. But he can be useful for us in the questions that we're looking at here. Okay, so things I'm not trying to do in this introduction, just to be clear, not trying to persuade you that Bonhoeffer has all the answers. I'm not trying to persuade you that I have all the answers. You've probably realised that already. I'm not trying to persuade you that theologians have all the answers. I think theology is important, or I wouldn't do it. I think, and I was reflecting on it even in Naomi's introduction, that reflecting on some of our theological commitments, both the ones we hold explicitly and the ones we take for granted, ideas about God and the world that are in the background of how we act and how we respond and why we think it's important to pray for enemies and so on. These are important. They can help us to shape good responses to the situation that we're in, but they aren't themselves the responses, right? So they're not, it's not all the answers. And I'm also trying, this is something that I'm going to be really interested to hear what people think. I'm also not wanting to claim that any part of Bonhoeffer's context, which you'll have seen from the dates, the key shaping context of his adult life really is the rise of Nazism and then the Second World War. I'm not trying to claim that that's just the same as ours, although the parallels do kind of present themselves, right? And I'm sure that we've all seen and thought about in the general social media space articulations of comparisons between the times that we're in now either in the UK or elsewhere in the world and the 1930s in Germany and so on, right? There's a sense of what is this, the rising, you even put it in the introduction to the conference, rising far-right violence. Okay, we've seen this movie before, we know how it goes, right? I think that there are some parallels there. I'm trying in this introduction not to push them too hard because I kind of want to know. I think there's an open question about how useful they are. I think if we think we're repeating history exactly, then we might make some false steps, and there's something about needing to discern exactly what is going on now. But I did put the Nazi salutes from the. This is a slightly old picture, but I did put the Nazi salutes from the far-right marches just so that we know that it's not just those who are worried about the far-right who see the historical parallels. There are folk who see the historical parallels and aren't too worried about them, which is a connection, a way that the contexts connect as well. Okay, that's enough introductory spiel. What we're talking about? I'm going to try and say a bit about loving neighbours and the theological importance of community. I'm going to say something about loving enemies and resisting evil. We were chatting with Arun, and Arun's going to really focus on the loving enemies question, but I want to say a little bit about what Bonhoeffer's got on loving enemies and resisting evil. And the bonus track that I put in, which isn't in the conference intro, but it's something I've been thinking about a lot lately, so I'd love to hear what you all think about it, is stupidity. And how that fits into the picture. And I'm going to apologise to people who heard me in an online seminar for Project Bonhoeffer, because that bit's maybe got some repetition, but I'm stupid enough that I need to repeat things sometimes. So, and I think what I'll do is I'll pause a bit after each one and see what people think, see if there's questions, comments, responses. So the first thing that I'd love to think about a bit is taken from the conference title. It interests me in the conference title, you don't actually have loving enemies, you have loving neighbours. You have how do we love our far-right neighbour. And I want to say that in Bonhoeffer theology terms, that is the right way to start. Right, start with the neighbour, not with the enemy. The primary category is the neighbour. Enemies are a kind of little subset within neighbours. Right? I think that's where I want to go with the Bonhoeffer theology. I think it's what makes sense. I'm interested how you think about it. So the primary calling is love of neighbour. The place we have to start with theologically is love of neighbour, and then within that we ask, how do we love enemies? And we have to take enemies seriously, and we'll get to that in a minute. But let's start with the question of the neighbour. Here are a few things that I think Bonhoeffer thinks, and I'll go to the bottom of the slide first because I think it's really important for you to know that this is not coming out of ivory towers, either for Bonhoeffer any more than for me. Some of the contexts in which I think this academic and pastor and resistance organiser and spy and so on, some of the contexts in which he is trying to think about love of neighbour include doing pastoral work, doing pastoral ministry in quite diverse contexts, right? In teaching Sunday school in deprived communities in Berlin, and running the German church in England, and range of different communities, coming from himself a fairly privileged background. Yeah, he's a privileged guy. He's upper middle class with some aristocratic ancestry as well, and he's kind of himself from a relative position of privilege, but actively engaging in crossing boundaries between communities, both in pastoral work and crucially, I think absolutely crucially, in the international ecumenical movement. So this is in the period of the kind of drum rolls rise of Nazism, right? Not full-on Nazi-occupied Europe, not the Second World War, late 20s, particularly early 1930s. Bonhoeffer was really significantly involved in the international ecumenical movement, which, as some of us were talking about earlier there, is a movement of youngish people, and he's a young guy, and he's with other young, enthusiastic guys and some women, for whom ecumenical engagement is the future. It's the future of Christianity for them. But it's also really hard. It's the confrontation with deep-seated differences and divisions, the sort of thing I was talking about with the image, which have been formative for people's identities, right? Being a German Lutheran, being a German Protestant, is being formed in a way that just makes it hard to engage, to challenge it, to engage deeply about theological questions in worship and so on and so forth, with Catholics, with Anglicans, with whoever else. There's engagement across differences, experience of conflict, but all of that is framed because it's the ecumenical movement within this basic sense that we have a requirement to be with these people, right? I am called to and required to be with these people with whom I disagree and with whom I am divided by historical, by centuries of historical formation. So that's part of what we're doing. Pastoral work, the international ecumenical movement, and other context to think about love of neighbour, where I think some of the really significant stuff comes across, is forming and leading a residential community, a seminary for pastors in the anti-Nazi church, basically. That's a slightly oversimplified way to put it, but you can all shout at me later. In the Protestant church that is not bought into the Nazi system. He's setting up and leading within a residential community for people training to be pastors in the confessing church. So he's got a whole lot of people in a really stressed situation with external pressure trying to live as a community. So let's think about it. You've got pastoral work, cross-class, cross-context, you've got international ecumenical work, and you've got intentional community under pressure. Right? And all of those are spaces to think about love of neighbour. And from all of those, within all of those, Bonhoeffer is thinking, really I think quite consistently, that being in community, being in relation to others, being with and for others is not something that comes as step 2, if you like, of Christian existence after a personal relationship with God. It is the essence of Christian existence. Being Christian is being in community. And actually that's the That's what humanity is made for and directed to. We are to be with others. That is who we are. So it's not just being Christian as a sort of special thing, if you like, because the point is that to be Christian, to be in Christ, is to be the human being that you are called to be, right? That is. So it's not, Christians are extra good at community and nobody else is any good. In fact, it's kind of almost the opposite of that. It's like all human beings find community difficult because of the messed upness of the world. The thing that Christians know, this is the kind of claim, is that they don't have to make the community happen by their own efforts of being good. They are given community. Christ gives them community and gives them to each other to be the community. The other is the gift that makes me myself. Right? So the community is only possible on the basis of Christ's love for you and the neighbour. That's the next bit. So it's this sense that it's not that I kind of like you because you have some good qualities, right? Or because I have some good qualities. Neither of those is relevant to community. That's the key point. Yeah? Nothing about me being good, nothing about you being good. That's really not the point. The point is that God loves us both. Right? That's the claim. So it's not based on the neighbour being like you, and it's very compatible with conflict, which I find quite interesting and quite challenging to think through in the context of the sorts of things that Naomi's talking about, the sorts of things this conference is built about, divisions in society, because one of the things that it seems to me that comes theologically out of what Bonhoeffer's doing is that the sort of circle of the like-minded, which he does form and which he's part of at various points in his life, including in the conspiracy when you kind of have to be, and you have to be really careful who you trust, and you have to not form a community with anybody who's about to go and betray you. But the community of the like-minded is not where this is going, right? Where this is going is the community of the unlike, and the community of the estranged, and the community of those who are currently strangers but are called to be neighbours. Or not even called, are given the gift of being able to be neighbours, right, when you thought you couldn't be. Which is, I think, one of the things that the ecumenical movement must have felt like, right? Was the sense of these churches were enemies before, actually. And even when they ceased to be enemies, they were strangers. And then the experience of the ecumenical movement is the strangers turning into neighbours, not on the basis of, oh, these also turn out to be nice people, but simply on the basis of these are people who also believe that Christ loves them and everybody else, therefore. There's a community. So, that's some of the big ideas about community that I want to put out there from Bonhoeffer. And it's some points about the context in which he's working it out, which hopefully you can see some of the ways in which both these ideas make sense in that kind of in that context, and which they can be challenging in that kind of context. What I'd love to do, I think, now is to pause for a minute or two and maybe see if people want to. What's good? If you want to chat to somebody next to you about anything that's come out of that you either think is good, think is weird, want to ask a question about, can see how it relates to something that you're experiencing, then we can take a few questions, and then we'll come to enemies. Does that seem good? Right, okay, take a minute, have a chat, and I'll have a drink of water, and we'll go. I said we'd have questions, but I don't think questions are, I don't think it's appropriate to limit it to questions, because it might be better to have comments, reflections, things, anything that people want to say or share in response to where we've got to now would be great. That way also gets me off the hook if it's the question I can't answer. So, that's a nice thought. Through the day. No obligation, but our friend here has a... I'm sorry, I'm assuming that you're doing the roving mic. Thank you ever so much, appreciate it.
It's not so deep, but I found it really interesting, and the fact that you've not used the word and the expression countercultural and counterintuitive, but some of this intentional community is today countercultural, and I think that's really important.
Thank you. Let's hold that, because I think I've got something later that may possibly relate to that. So let's see. Let's see if we come back. But I've got. Yeah.
Could you repeat the question?
I think the mic may be not working.
The mic's for the live stream.
Okay, so the live stream. I beg your pardon. Okay, so the question was about, is this countercultural, or to what extent we would say that any of this way of thinking about community is countercultural, and if it's not then maybe it is now. I think that would be one of the comments, and I think, yeah, I mean, I suppose one thing I will say is that at the point where we've got into the mid-1930s with Bonhoeffer, we are in a context where we've got, the Germans call it Gleichschaltung, basically totalitarianisation of society. Everything has to be part of the same big system, right? So doing anything that doesn't plug itself in to the one state, one people, one leader, one so on and so forth, is countercultural, if you like. It's also counter-state and liable to get you into trouble. So countercultural works in interesting ways in a totalitarian context. And yeah, I'd really love to, folks, I'd be really interested whether folks think about how folks think about that now, because that's one of the things that's really different.
You can't get community as an individual, and the culture that we're in is often very individualistic.
Right.
So.
Yeah. So this idea that it's not, yes, that you can't do it as an individual. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. No, that's someone's got one thing.
I feel like I'd actually sort of disagree with what you're saying, but more sort of bounce off it, and that like I actually think it's maybe not as countercultural as we think to be searching for community. I think a lot of how people interact now is looking for some community, and we have that cultural drive to do that, even if perhaps the circumstances in which we live don't necessarily always provide ways of doing that. But I also think, like as Arun was just saying about, social media doom scrolling is kind of individualizing, but actually online community is a cultural way of finding community. I've been reading a lot about recently about like online church for people who can't get to church for whatever reason. Like that is a whole way in which we're using our current tools, which we can often, I think, and I do the same in this sort of dismiss as, it's all just shutting us in our little online boxes, as actually providing a way of community that otherwise people can get to, and that people are actually still have this cultural drive for community in different ways.
That's really interesting. Let's hold it. I think our friend here has a question, and then there's at the back. Oh, there's one online. Okay, can we have the one in the room and then the one online, and then we move? Thanks ever so much. Maybe it's not a question, sorry, a comment. Yes.
Well, it's just sort of, we were talking about the concept of neighbour, and how, because we are so much more connected as a world, we can more easily see everyone as our neighbour, whether it's, people all over the world, people in war zones and tragedies like that.
That's so interesting.
But at the same time, we're perhaps not as connected to our physical neighbours. Like I've lived in Leeds, I live in Leeds, and I've lived here for about 11 months, and I don't know the people in the flat next to me. I've never spoken to them. I've barely, occasionally we leave or arrive at the same time. But compared to growing up where I had more connection with my next door neighbours and stuff.
So interesting. The thing, I want to get stuff on who's my neighbour.
But I do find connection and sort of neighbours, I guess, through my church and through a choir that I sing in, and through my work and that, but not the sort of people I physically live near.
Interesting. Thank you. Can we have the online question, and then online comment, beg its pardon, and then we'll go. Thanks.
So one of our online viewers has said,
Really interesting start from Rachel. I find it comforting to consider that community is something enabled by the love of God for us and our neighbour, but built solely by our own merit.
But built solely by our own merit, rather than solely by our own merit. Yes, that it's enabled by the love. I mean, yeah, and I think that's the kind of my big Bonhoeffer idea coming out here. That community, it's fundamental, but it's not. It's not something that we have that we make from the capacity that we already have. Right. The primary point is the gift of God, and it's love. I mean, if we're talking about love as neighbour, when Bonhoeffer talks about love, I've got a PhD student working on this at the moment, and the great thing about PhD students is they go off and do the research for you. But we're pretty confident that mostly when Bonhoeffer talks about love, the first thing he's talking about is God loving us. And specifically Christ loving us, and the love of God for us in the life of Christ, and that's the primary form of love. That's where the love comes from, if you like. And that's, if you think about that as where love of neighbour comes from, where community comes from. It does shift the focus in some interesting ways. Let's have a think. Right. So the question about love your enemies. This is something that we're going to hear a little bit more about later. But one of the main places Bonhoeffer talks about the specific text which are put there, the specific text that's quoted in the call for this conference on love of enemies, is when he's writing for this intentional community of pastors in training for the confessing church, and he writes the book that now is translated as Discipleship, which is basically on the Sermon on the Mount, and having people to think about the Sermon on the Mount and take the Sermon on the Mount seriously. And so he gets to the bit where we talk about love of enemies, and you're in a context where there's two things that are going on if you think about that seminary, that community. One is that he and the people he's talking to have a lot of enemies. Right? They have enemies within the church, as it were, because the church just split. Right? They just split off from the German church that was under the Reichsbischof, under the leader appointed by the government. So they set off as a church to have the freedom to be church as they saw it, over against the Nazi state. So they've got enemies. They had a massive, the Kirchenkampf, the struggle. They had a massive battle, not a physical battle, but a battle in all other ways for the church. And they've got state enemies because they're under various kinds of restriction, various kinds of persecution, and it's a little way down the line after Bonhoeffer gives these lectures with this talk that the seminary is forcibly closed by the Gestapo. They shut it down. So you've got enemies, that's point one. Point two is that they are in a situation where there's conscription into military service is coming along for some of these guys, so you're thinking about specifically about relations around violence. You are in a very violent context, a context in which what we're talking about here as far-right violence has been co-opted by the state. So in which violence is a key tool. So that's some of the context in which you're thinking about. You've heard that it was said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, but I say to you, don't resist, don't come back at an evildoer. And you've heard that it was said, love your neighbour and hate your enemy, but I say to you, love your enemy. So that's what Bonhoeffer's thinking about. Some of the things that he thinks, the first one I want to say is, he doesn't actually kind of write this down, but I think it's important to say, is that just acknowledging that you have enemies is a really interesting thing to do. And I was really struck by that in Naomi's introduction. My own former colleague, who's recently retired theologian here at Leeds, Almut Fadjan, has written some really interesting stuff about this quite recently, sort of saying that because the very few Christian theologians have written very much about enemies and the idea that you have, the claim, love your enemies, is saying that you have enemies, is acknowledging that you have enemies, is acknowledging that you're in that kind of a space, which is something maybe worth people holding in their minds. But then, okay, so within that bigger context, the big idea I get from Bonhoeffer, the way that he's writing about it in the discipleship, the way that he's talking about it with the people in this intentional community, is to say that not resisting evil, not coming back at, not returning in kind, is a deeper form of resistance. It's the way that evil is disempowered and evil is taken out of the situation, right? So that's taken out of the situation is not quite right. It's the way that evil loses power, right? What the logic of violence, if you like, the logic of violence is either continued by hitting back, or it's undermined, taken away by the non-resistance, non-violence and non-participation in the evil system. But Bonhoeffer does what he does say, and I find this really helpful actually. He does lean into the scriptural idea that, loving those who love you is ordinary, loving those who hate you is a thing to excess, is a thing extraordinary. He says, no, take that seriously, it's extraordinary, right? This is not something. Loving enemies is not actually something that you can go around and tell everyone to do and them all say, yeah, sure, that's fine, this is the new ethical system, we'll work with it. It is actually an extraordinary thing to be able to do. And the fact that Christians are called to do it is saying something, again, really important about not relying on your own resources. That the prerequisite of this, the capacity, the prerequisite of even being able to imagine loving enemies, he's suggesting, is faith. It's a prerequisite. So there's a couple of things going on, a few things going on here that I think are really interesting. One is the idea that, which I actually find quite helpful in our context, so I'll just say that out loud, that there are systems and logics that are about making us hate each other, right, which are about returning evil for evil, right? There are all sorts of things going on, and we can either be conspiratorial and blame the people that run the social media companies, or we can just say it's human stupidity playing itself out. That is calling for more polarisation, more antagonisation, more hitting back. And I find that the sort of reading that Bonhoeffer's doing in this context, where he's saying that's what evil wants, as it were. Not the person opposite you. They're a neighbour, right? But the logic, the system of evil is perpetuated if you play along, if you take part, right? That's part of what's going on. The eye for an eye, the tooth for a tooth. You keep on, it just carries on. We need to do something different, but actually doing something different is blooming hard. It's not something you can just say, oh, it'll all be fine if you all just do that. This is kind of extraordinary. This requires some kind of deep centering in faith. That's how he's putting it. That's how he put it. Whether you all agree, I'm not sure, but let's see. We'll see whether Arun's got some. Arun's going to help us with this in further. There's one more slide I want to do on this point, because when I talk to people about Bonhoeffer's stuff on non-violence, because he's a pacifist in the mid 30s. I mean, that's basically what he's saying. So we don't do violence, we don't hit back. And then he goes and joins the conspiracy to assassinate Hitler, and then, what about that? Saying, well, sometimes you have to do something active, resistance. You can't just opt out, you can't just say, no, I'm not taking part, not hitting back. Yeah, and that's one of the things that he's trying to work out. And he's working out already earlier than that, because he's engaged in the debates about how much the church gets involved, basically, in actively opposing state policies. So there's these questions about active opposition are there all along. And there's some thoughts that I think I have on this, is this idea that, first actually picking up on some of the things that our friends have said here, that the very existence of the church, the Christ existing as community, is how he puts it. He didn't put it this way, but I want to sort of gloss it this way, are a kind of resistance, are a kind of space, lived capacity for resistance to evil. And what that means is going to need to be worked out in each situation. So it's not, you can't ever reduce it to a set of rules, but what you do have is the community that can discern together what they're called to do. Because, here's the other big thing he's got, is that the Christian community has to be for others, otherwise it's not doing its job, it's not really the Christian community anymore. Christ is for others, so the church is for others. Straight down the line, no questions asked, that's just how it is. But being for others, what does that mean? What does that mean here and now? Sorry, bad news, we don't have a rule, we just got to work it out. We've got to work it out every time, and sometimes it's going to mean we're going to form our little intentional community and figure out how to pastor churches. And sometimes it might mean we're going to be an underground resistance movement, and sometimes it might mean we're going to give speeches about the problems with what the government's doing, or who knows. It's going to be action, but it's not necessarily the action that you're expecting. But I think there's something really important about the way in which the connection between the community is a given, not as something that, not just as, I'm going to get all my like-minded people together and all my mates together and we're going to figure out what to do, but something deeper than that. We are going to enter together into the reality of the God that we know, and in that community, in the presence of God, we are going to discern what we are called to do for others and how we are going to be for others in this situation. So that's something of what's going on. It sounds quite high level, it sounds quite... But I think it kind of has to be. I think it has to be that high level, because otherwise, oddly, it's not concrete. If we say, here's the rule, here's what we're always going to do, actually you're going to have contexts where that doesn't work. What we've got concretely, historically, is this group of people. And what are this group of people called to be and do here? And that's kind of all you've always got, right? And that's part of the logic. Bonhoeffer sees it part of the logic of a faith based on incarnation, of God actually entering history. God in human form, right? That you can't turn Christianity into a principle, because it's not a principle. It's human. It's human. It's historical. It's lived, and it's living, and that's where it's worked out, folks. I'm having said, I don't have enough to fill the time. I've gone to a quarter to, so I think I'm going to leave as a teaser that there's some stuff on stupidity, and maybe I'm going to do the stupidity stuff right at the end of the day. Is that going to work? So, what will we do? Shall we just take a breather and folk can chat, and then Arun can speak, and then if there's more reflections on the whole thing that come at the end, is that going to work?
I'm supposed to be introducing Bishop Arun now.
Fantastic, yeah, great. Well, I was just thinking folk might want a bit of a chat and a shuffle break before that, but let's do chat and a shuffle break. I'll be around all day, I'll listen to what's going on. I think I'm coming back and reflecting a bit at the end. Thanks for your attention. See you around.
Yes, lunch is until 1, so if you do need to go to the bathroom or anything, take 2 minutes to do that now. Yes, so thank you, Rachel. That was a really stimulating introduction. I'm feeling very energised and ready to go. Fantastic. So my name is Sorrel Christian. I'm one of the trustees of SCM, and I'm going to be introducing speakers today, generally telling you where to be, where to go, all that sort of stuff. One thing I just want to note is that I think, is this the live stream mic, or is this the hearing loop receptor? That's the live stream thing. So just to be aware of that, so that people on the live stream can hear you, and also being aware that there'll be people in the room who are lip reading. So try and make sure that your mouth is visible and so on to our lovely speakers. And speaking of, hang on a minute, my phone has gone off with the little bio. But we are really thrilled to have Bishop Arun Arora with us today. And he's, pardon? I'm just doing what I'm told. But we are, and I am too. And he's going to share with us his insights and his wisdom into our response to the far right. So Bishop Arun is the Bishop of Kirkstall and the Church of England's co-lead for racial justice. Is that right? Yes. And he has been highly vocal in opposing the far-right extremism and Christian nationalism. He actively challenges the hatred and the hateful rhetoric that we hear, while directly engaging with protesters to promote dialogue and bridge social divides. And that will go on until about 1:45, when we'll have some worship. So thank you and welcome.
Well, first of all, Sorrel, thank you for that introduction, heartfelt as it was. Can I thank you and the trustees for this invite? I think it was 1990 that I joined SCM as a fresh-faced, fresher university during Freshers' Fair, drawn, I must say, in my shallowness as an 18-year-old, drawn to the stand by the logo, which wasn't this logo, was a fist raised in the air with a thorn of crowns. So that, of course, seemed very funky and cool, and began a conversation that led to a long relationship with SCM over many years. So it's wonderful to be able, and a real privilege to be able to come and speak at an SCM event. Secondly, let me just endorse some of what we've heard in terms of the resources that are currently available and those produced by CTE. Another shout out for those for Kingdom Over Nation. I was speaking last Saturday at the Leeds Diocesan Synod and have sent a copy of those resources to all our clergy in the Diocese of Leeds and members of the Synod as a way to try and engage through Bible studies, through questions, through discussion around this whole issue. So again, something I would endorse. And I suppose finally as context, it's wonderful to have heard Rachel today and to have, I'm going to be a letdown by comparison. I was sitting there thinking I didn't bring my Red Bull. And
It's for the loop system.
For the loop system, okay, thank you. But I was fascinated by that. So thank you. We do overlap a little on some of what we say, but hopefully it will meld together. So, friends, you will be familiar with the exchange recorded in Luke 10 between Jesus and a lawyer. Having trained as a lawyer, it was always something that I was drawn to, not least the language of the self-justifying lawyer. Teacher, the expert in the law, asked, "What must I do to inherit eternal life?" "What is written in the law?" said Jesus. "How do you read it?" He answered, "Love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your mind, with all your strength, and love your neighbour as yourself." "You've answered correctly," Jesus replied. "Do this and you will live." But wanting to justify himself, he asked Jesus, "And who is my neighbour?" And in response, of course, Jesus told the parable of the Good Samaritan, contrasting the act of the Samaritan with the religious leaders of the day. Always a reminder for those of us who now hold those positions. And what they did, contrasting the actions of those religious leaders, when they came across a man who'd been robbed and beaten and was lying in the road with that of the Samaritan. Which of these three was a neighbour to the man who'd fallen into the hands of the robbers? Asked Jesus. The lawyer said, "The one who had mercy on him." To which Jesus replied, "Go and do likewise." Through the parable, we're told what it is to love our neighbour, and also the surprising identity of the hero in the parable, the Samaritan, a member of the group despised and opposed by many in the audience who heard that story. So we know what it is to love our neighbour. But what does it mean to love our enemies? And so with Rachel, I noticed that was missing from the title. But Matthew 5 is quite clear. You've heard it said, love your neighbour and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, that you may be children of your Father in heaven. So what does it mean to love our enemies? And to replace the lawyer's question, who is my enemy? What story might we tell that provides an answer? Before getting to that story, and I do want to offer a story in response to that question, before that, perhaps we might consider some of the voices we hear now, who are telling us who our enemy is. Those who are to blame for the malaise and difficulties we find ourselves in as a society. And the first suggestion that has been made over recent months and years is that our enemies are Muslim. That certainly would be the answer provided by Stephen Yaxley Lennon, also known as Tommy Robinson, who over recent months has consistently spoken as Islam as the enemy. In this, he has recently been joined by members of other far-right organisations such as Britain First, Patriotic Alternative, and political parties such as Restore. In March of this year, during Ramadan, mainstream politicians complained about an open-air iftar in Trafalgar Square as, quote, the domination of the public sphere, end quote, describing such events as, quote, an expression of power and intimidation, and being part of, quote, an Islamist playbook. For such people, Islam or Muslims are the enemy, placed in opposition to this country, to our communities, and to the Christian faith, which is understood by such politicians and campaigners not so much as the way of Jesus, but as an addendum to a politically nationalist agenda. In rejecting that assertion, we need to be crystal clear and vocal, it will be my suggestion, that as followers of Jesus Christ, Islamophobia is neither a Christian value nor a Christian virtue, and that Muslims are not our enemy. There is another group whom it has been suggested are our enemy, and that would be Jews. During the murder, despite the murder of 2 people in a Manchester synagogue attack in 2025 at Yom Kippur, despite the arson attack in Golders Green in March 2026, despite the rise of anti-Semitism attacks in this country, there are still those who will insist that Jews are the enemy. As we gather here in Leeds, we are really not that far from York, where back in 1190 we witnessed perhaps the greatest single anti-Semitic act at Clifford Tower in 1190, when the whole of York's Jewish community died in a single event, 150 people in Clifford's Tower on March the 16th, 1190. I remember one of my first outings with SCM was to Clifford's Tower on a counter demonstration to far-right activists who'd gathered to celebrate and commemorate that atrocity at Clifford's Tower. We were part of a counter demonstration that gathered to say, how can you be here to celebrate what happened here? And yet, here today in Leeds, we have people who openly advocate anti-Semitism and argue that it is explicitly the Jews who are to blame. Recently, 2 years ago, Sam Melia, a member of the Homeland Group, a member of Patriotic Alternative, was jailed for 2 years for inciting racial hatred and encouraging racially aggravated criminal damage, with the judge during his sentencing branding him an open anti-Semite with Nazi sympathies, who lives in the city, who attended the most recent Unite the Kingdom march in London, saying, as he gathered, denouncing Tommy Robinson as a friend of Israel, and saying to that extent he didn't understand the pure call of the far right. Friends, Jews are not our enemies. And then after the recent events in Southampton and the murder of Henry Novak, others have now identified Sikhs as their enemy. Sam Laws, a member of the Restore Party and founder of the group Remigration Now, has called for the mass deportation of all Sikhs, defining them as the enemy. Alongside Sikhs, Steve has explicitly stated that he wants millions of people deported, including the entirety of the UK's black, Asian and Jewish communities. He is the founder of Remigration Now, an increasing group online who say that those of us who are second, third, fourth generation have no business being here. But friends, Sikhs are not the enemy. Many of you, not least those of you involved with the Bonhoeffer project, will be familiar. And if I'd thought to bring a PowerPoint, I didn't know there was one, my fault, my bad, will be familiar with the words of Pastor Martin Niemöller, one of those who, with Bonhoeffer and Karl Barth from the Barren Declaration. And Martin Niemöller famously wrote, "First they came to the communists. I did not speak out because I was not communist. Then they came to the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not socialist. Then they came to the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me."
In Bishop, so supportive, you mentioned the fact that because of what you just said about the Jews, that actually Pastor Neighbour wrote those words in 1947 when he realised that the direction that we're going in Germany had changed. And
Yes.
Specifically in 1937, he had specifically had to stand up proud as a member of his congregation, said, "We must speak out for the Jews," and he point blank refused. So Pastor Neighbour has acquired a reputation in history which you've just endorsed, which just needs a bit of nuance.
I think it is nuanced in the same way that Bonhoeffer is nuanced. Niemöller was no more a saint than Bonhoeffer was. However, I think that statement that he did make has resonated with many on the basis of solidarity and also the cost of fear, the cost of cowardice, the cost of non-solidarity, of not speaking out, something that he clearly experienced through his own personal life, having not spoken out previously. And again, within those comments, it is explicit where he says, "I did not speak out when they came for the Jews." So here, Muslims, Jews, Sikhs, which group will be next, I wonder, in the list of enemies that those who claim to be fighting for England will target as the enemy? But whilst the precise answer to that may not be clear, what is clear is what our duty is as followers of Jesus. To speak out, to face down the fear that comes from speaking out, and to do so for those who are not our enemy, and to declare that they are not our enemy. So who then are our enemies? I want to suggest, oversimplified, that our enemies are those who hate, those who seek to divide, those who call for mass deportations of Jews, Sikhs and Muslims, who openly advocate notions of racial supremacy. Picking up Rachel's question, in order to love your enemies, you first have to identify them. And so what should our response to those enemies be? I want to suggest three different responses linked. To engage relationally, to listen and hear the fears that drive such hate, and to drive out that fear with the perfect love that comes through the teachings of Jesus Christ. As Martin Luther King famously wrote in his book, Strength to Love, returning hate for hate simply multiplies hate, adding deeper darkness to a night already devoid of stars. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Who is my enemy? The story I want to tell begins here in Leeds about a year ago, when demonstrations began in the east of the city in Seacroft, where a hotel is being used to house those who have sought refuge in this country illegally. That is, they have arrived on these shores through routes other than those approved and recognised by government. Over the past month, along with many others, I have attended other laity and clergy, some of them here, counter-demonstrations against those protesting outside the hotel. The demonstrations have happened each week. I think last weekend marked 1 year. The demonstrations happen each week on a Friday night, about 5 p.m. And for many months, were accompanied by a group of counter-protesters who gathered in the same place to oppose the hatred they saw and heard. For the first weeks and months, the two groups of protesters outside the hotel, from about the fourth week on, were separated by a dual carriageway. You literally had protesters on either side of the road, with a connecting subway, which was often lined with police, trying to ensure people went to the correct side. To begin with, when I, with others, used to go to those demonstrations, we would stand with those who sought to support those in the hotel. We knew some of those in the hotel. They were texting us about what they could hear outside, about the fear that they felt from those protesting outside. They are members of our churches and people of faiths of all and of none. We gathered there and we prayed for them. We prayed for peace, and we also prayed for people on the other side of the road. 1 week when we arrived, we did so because a group of people, those of us come, not me, because I'm terrible at it, had baked 200 cupcakes. And they were intended for those in the hotel, staying there. And so we went, and took them. When we got there, we were refused. We're told the cakes couldn't be taken as they weren't individually wrapped, and who knows, they may be poisoned or contain some other noxious substance. Razor blades was one suggestion. Such things had been known, the security said, so they couldn't take them. And of course, we knew that they didn't. There was a group there who had baked them and knew what they had put in them. So instead, we thought, okay, let's take the cakes to the counter-protesters, which we did, and walked around with cake, always a popular thing to do. Before somebody had the bright idea of taking them to the people on the other side of the road, to those who had verbally abused us less than an hour before as we'd walked to the hotel. I was particularly touched that day by one of my clergy who insisted it'd be safer all round if I didn't cross the road, if I didn't go and speak and offer cake to those protesting against the migrants, because there was something about my physical appearance that might put me in danger. I guess they didn't like purple. But God bless Heston for his love. But I did go. 4 of us went. We spoke to those who were protesting and offered the cake. We listened to them, heard them, spoke with them, and offered prayer. Because, friends, our call, like Jesus said to the lawyer, is not only to show mercy. It goes beyond that. Our call is to love our enemies. Indeed, it is, wherever possible, to live in peace so that we have no enemies. To stand alongside those on both sides of the road, clear of God's equal love for all, and that the love of Christ compels us to show it to all. And one of the ways we can do this is by enabling people to be heard. After the 3rd or 4th week of the demonstrations, I contacted and managed to track down the organiser of the demonstrations and asked him if I might take him out and buy him a meal, whether we might talk to one another. It took some time, but eventually we met. Looking at his online presence was rather intimidating. He had been banned from various parts of Leeds and London for his activity and action at protests. It was a place of vulnerability. It would be safe to say, when we met, that neither of us changed our position with regard to where we found ourselves on either side of the road outside of the hotel. But we did agree on some things. I told him the story of an asylum seeker at that hotel who attended one of our churches in the city centre of Leeds, and how coming back to the hotel one night, he was set upon by 3 men who beat him and kicked him so badly that some of his teeth were kicked out. The police were called. They asked the man if he wanted to make a formal complaint, but he said, "I don't want to make any trouble." And besides which, he said, "It's only teeth." When I told the organiser of the protests about this, he said it was not what he wanted, that he opposed racist violence, that he was so sorry for what had happened to the man, and would I apologise to him. We agreed we needed to find a way so that as people who shared the same city, we could live well in disagreement. That we needed to find a way to become not enemies, but opponents on differing sides who could disagree well. That rather than dehumanizing our opponents into enemies, we need to humanize our enemies into opponents. And the only way to do that was through relationship. So our meeting ended with an agreement that we'd find 6 people from either side. Those who'd be prepared to be open and listen, recognizing the people on both sides who didn't want to listen and not inviting them, but bring them together for a private meeting in one of our churches for that process to begin. Friends, it was a small step and a small invitation, and one that actually didn't happen, not least because this man's son was taken into intensive care quite soon after we met. When we shared that with the group, one of the most moving prayers that I read as we went to this guy and told him we were praying for him and his son, one of the most moving prayers I read was from someone who lived in the hotel. Meetings have happened with places, institutions, those be familiar to those in Leeds, like Chapel FM, St. Richard's, the church in Seacroft, bringing together different groups, and it's something we are seeking to do. Because it is the relational potential, the human potential, the merciful potential to enable different sides to come together that needs to be embraced, not through placards and megaphones, but through conversations and listening. So this approach, how long have I got?
Can't see a clock, give me a second.
You're on to 1:45.
1:45, I've got loads of time. So how might we as the church be a reconciling presence between what Rowan Williams has described as 2 groups of ordinary people? How might we build the bridge between groups of protesters and counter-protesters so that we might not pass by on the other side of those with whom we disagree, but live out our call to love those on both sides of the road? And that approach of walls down and roots down, where we stand ready to embrace our enemies, must also be done whilst defending those who live in fear from hate. This means speaking out for those groups, for the Muslims, for the Jews, for the Sikhs, for those who seek asylum, and naming and opposing those who create the environment for such hate to flourish. And friends, we must also root our action in prayer. Pray for those who persecute you, said Jesus, after instructing us to love our enemies. To intentionally pray. To be praying for our communities and for our country. I'm not sure when it was the last time that in a prayer meeting, be that a Church of England set of intercessions or a different form of gathering, when you intentionally prayed for England or Scotland. I would encourage you, and part of this about England is the way that the specific nature of English nationalism, say as opposed to Scottish nationalism, has a particular character that seeks to divide. That its expression, English nationalism, as against, I should add, patriotism. I am a huge advocate for patriotism, for positive patriotism, for patriotism as an act that unifies. If I can just take an example. It was hard to recognise at the time, but the London Olympics in 2012 are arguably a time when we as a country were at a zenith when it comes to sharing our diversity of racial identity. No more so than on 45 minutes during what was known as Super Saturday. Do you remember Super Saturday during the Olympics? 45 minutes, 3 gold medals. Greg Rutherford, a long jump, a son of Milton Keynes, tall, ginger, white British, wins a gold medal and stands with a Union Jack around his shoulders. Followed by Jessica Ennis-Hill, proud daughter of Yorkshire, dual heritage, who won her gold medal and stood next to Greg Rutherford with a Union Jack around her shoulders. Followed by Mo Farah, child of Somalian immigrants who came as a child immigrant to this country and who stood with a Union Jack around his shoulders. The 3 of them together in a statement of unity and patriotism around a flag shared by all, defined by many. An inclusive patriotism, which I would argue is the difference between patriotism and nationalism. One that seeks to include and unify and can be reclaimed in that way if we choose to argue for it. Because we know what happens if we don't. The flag that is our flag, each of ours, is used by those who say it is only ours, and is used by nationalists to exclude rather than by patriots to include. When it comes to praying for our enemies, for praying for England, that also includes praying for our leaders. Here in Yorkshire, in West Yorkshire in particular, after the elections of recent weeks, this means praying for reform councillors who now dominate many of our local councils. Praying for them as they take on responsibilities overseeing adult social care, children with additional educational needs, housing, looked after children, social care, so many important aspects of our community. These are serious matters that require serious and committed people. And so we need to be praying and supporting them in their responsibilities as public servants, whilst being able to challenge robustly where appropriate the divisive national voices which seek to exploit and further the dis-ease that comes from populism and polarisation. And that means, friends, naming it. It means challenging those such as Nigel Farage, the national leader of reform, who in the wake of the murder of Henry Novak exploited that death and murder against the wishes of the family to sow division, who has now moved on from dog whistle politics to klaxon blaring opportunism in his promotion, explicit promotion of a politics based on race. In an emergency statement following the murder of Henry Novak, Nigel Farage spoke about the need for us to recognise that white lives matter. The introduction of racial lines into mainstream politics, to have racially based politics move into the mainstream. It's not new. Inevitably, given the World Cup, there'd need to be at least one reference to football. About 6 years ago, actually almost exactly 6 years ago this week, in 2020, Burnley Football Club in June 2020 issued a fulsome apology to their supporters and more widely following their 5-0 defeat by Manchester City. The apology didn't relate to the result and the events on the pitch, but rather to a stunt that occurred moments before the game when a plane flew over the Etihad Stadium in Manchester with a banner which read, "White Lives Matter, Burnley." Immediately after the game, Burnley's captain said, "We as a group of players condemn it. We're ashamed, we're embarrassed," and completely misses the point of what we're trying to achieve as a football community. One of the odd things about the phrase "white lives matter" and the associated one "all lives matter" is that, in a very literal sense, nobody is in disagreement with either of those statements. But, as one cartoon put it at the time, the call is akin, "White Lives Matter," is akin to the response of a bystander who, when being told that someone has broken their leg and needs help, replies by standing up, crossing their arms and saying, "What about my legs?" Barack Obama made a similar point when he said, "I think the reason the organisers at the time used the phrase Black Lives Matter was not because they were suggesting that no one else's lives matter. Rather, they were suggesting there was a specific problem that was happening in the African American community that wasn't happening in other communities." The phrases "all lives matter" and "white lives matter" are rooted in ideologies of white supremacy, which are unapologetic in their naked racism. In the USA, the White Lives Matter group was founded in 2015, just over 10 years ago, and described itself, quote, as dedicated to promotion of the white race, arguing that, quote, the fibre and integrity of our nation, that our nation was founded upon, is being unravelled by homosexuality and racially mixed relationships. One of its co-founders, Rebecca Barnett, has gone so far as to call on a posting on their website that it is time for, quote, the blood of our enemies to soak our soil, to form new mortar, to rebuild our land masses. I have little doubt that when Nigel Farage declares that white lives matter, as he has done, he does so in the full knowledge of its racist undertones. But friends, there will be others whose own disenfranchisement and anger at their own situations and their own challenges will resonate, who will ask, what about me? And the choice before them is to blame those who suffer injustice or to join with them in seeking a levelling up which will come as mutual benefit at all. In the words of the American theologian Jim Wallace, the choice is either to look up and blame down or to look down and blame up. Friends, this will be an issue for us. certainly for us as a country for the next 5 years, certainly up to the next general election, certainly in our communities who are electing councils that are already saying we will not fund City of Sanctuary, we will not have a climate emergency, we will not fund Pride. But let me end, as I was told that this will be a joint enterprise with the Bonhoeffer project. Let me end with Bonhoeffer on where all this leaves us as we look forward to the next couple of years. Many of you will be familiar with the Advent sermon that Dietrich Bonhoeffer preached in December 1933 when he was then serving in Forest Hill in South London, when he spoke about the Magnificat during the first week of Advent. And he spoke about the Magnificat as being the most passionate, most vehement, one might almost say the most revolutionary Advent hymn ever sung. It's not the gentle, sweet, dreamy Mary that we so often see portrayed in pictures, he said, but the passionate, powerful, proud, enthusiastic Mary who speaks here. None of the sweet, sugary or childish tones that we find so often in our Christmas hymns, but a hard, strong, uncompromising song of bringing down rulers from their thrones and humbling the lords of this world, of singing of God's power and the powerlessness of men. The Reverend Carolyn Sharp made a similar point when she wrote, "Don't envision Mary as the radiant woman peacefully composing the Magnificat. Instead, see her as a girl who sings defiantly to God through her tears, fists clenched against an unknown figure." That first Sunday of Advent is one when traditionally we light the first candle, the candle of hope. A reminder not only that God keeps his promises, but a further promise of what is to come. As the Methodist pastor Walter Wink once put it, hope imagines the future and acts as if that hope is irresistible. But in imagining the future, we must also acknowledge the reality of the present, of a time when there's so much darkness in our world. We enter into now a period of both hope and waiting, a time not of inaction, but one of uncertainty. What has Advent got to do with any of this? Let me tell you with Bonhoeffer's words about Mary's song. 10 years after preaching his sermon in London, he again considered Advent from his prison cell after his arrest, where he wrote that the celebration of Advent is possible only to those who are troubled in soul, who know themselves to be poor and imperfect, and who look forward to something greater to come. The Advent season is a season of waiting, but our whole life is an Advent season. That is a season of waiting, waiting for the last Advent, for that time when there will be a new heaven and a new earth. As we wait, so we are enjoined to join in the work of the Spirit in building the kingdom of God. in speaking out for those who live in fear, and to making relationships long-lasting, the hard work of loving our enemies. Thank you. So I wonder, just in the time now, comments, questions, talk to a neighbour, and then whether Rachel and I may be able to perhaps answer some of these together and have a chat. So 5 minutes, have a chat with your neighbour, then we'll do 10 minutes feedback and then lunch. Is that all right? Worship. Sorry. Worship first. So, my friends, so that we can try and keep to time, lovely to hear that hubbub, by the way. Comments, questions, reflections? Who's going to go first? Thank you.
I'm coming from a not knowing much scripture, I'm coming from a theatre background, so I'm on a very different vibe. I've been thinking about, as you were talking, does loving your enemy change anything? Because if I love them to change them, that's not really loving someone. Because it's like the kind of broken girl who's like, but I can change him. If you love someone, are we looking at it in terms of loving the potential of them, not loving them as they are? It's all questions, it's not, I've not got any idea on the answers.
I think it's a great question. I suppose, without getting too C.S. Lewis about it, what do you mean by love? With the, I can love him, I can change him. I have a teenage daughter, I understand it. I get that. I think, and Reg might want to say something about this, but I think it starts with God. And it starts with God's love for us, borrowing what Reg said around how you do community. It starts with God's love for us, then relates to our love in response to receiving that love of God and living out that in response. So, to both neighbour and enemy. To do it, and I think heart motivation is there. Are you doing it? If you're doing it purely as a living out an instruction of Jesus, to follow that which he said, I've got no problem with that. I can't see there's a fault in that for me. What difference does it make? I think ultimately it is the way that you transform relationships. In the sense, going back to the language of hate with hate, be that the way Ruth spoke about it, or the way Martin Luther King spoke about it. I think one of my favourite books that Rowan Williams has ever written, and then I love it because it's short, Writing in the Dust, which he wrote after the Twin Towers, when he was at Holy Trinity Wall Street, on that day when the planes flew into the towers. And he speaks about, about what it is to speak the language to the terrorists in the same language they used in flying those planes into the buildings. And what does that lead to? And how do we speak a different language in that place? I don't know if there was... Okay, can we go there and then there and try and get as many as we can?
I just had a little response to that based on Naomi talking about, as a staff team, how we've been, on Wednesdays we pray for our enemies. And actually the act of praying for them, we're not trying to change them, but it has changed us. And it's changed, we are the ones that have been changed through loving our enemies and through praying for them. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to just add that.
Also a little response, but is loving my enemy also to do with making my enemy my friend, but without reducing my own values or overly changing them? So if I've made someone my friend, I will want to hold them accountable for what they're doing, and if what they're doing is wrong, then it is loving towards them to change the systems within which they're doing that wrong, to release them from being oppressors, etc.
I think that's absolutely right, both of those. Joseph.
This one's more for Rachel, if that's okay.
Please.
Okay. One thing I've always struggled with Bonhoeffer is that moment where he switches from the non-violence to representative action. and he doesn't really, and I think it's probably because he never finishes ethics, but he never really explains when the tipping point comes. And I think that's something that we need to struggle with the current climate, is when does that tipping point come? When we need to switch from non-violence to representative action. Well, obviously he says taking on the guilt. You don't do that guiltlessly. You take on the guilt of that, and that is never actually right. But I wonder when that point comes. Obviously, Bishop Arun, if you have a response to that as well, please.
Rachel.
Yeah, I'd love to chat some more about that. I think from the point of view of the sorts of questions we're looking at here, maybe some useful things to say might be. I mean, first, it's from a Bonhoeffer point of view, as it were. He does insist that most of the key stuff hasn't changed. So it isn't. I currently hold this set of rules that I apply in all situations, and then I switch to another set of rules that I apply in all situations. It has to do with discernment of what the situation calls for and what, you could say what love calls for. It would probably just about be all right with that. Certainly what responsibility for the other being ordered to the other, the being for the other, calls for. And annoyingly, and really annoyingly, because folk like to have something a bit more concrete, it's you look at everything that's going on, you pray about it, and you figure it out. And you might well be wrong. You might well just have messed up. And that is all right, because it is not your job to be perfect. That is well above your pay grade. So that's the line, right? And which also kind of comes to this point about, does it change anything? I mean, might, but that's kind of not up to you. The question is discernment of a call and obedience to a call, right? And that's actually, as you've rightly said, that's actually something people get wrong. So I was really interested in Arun's story, because there's all sorts of really, I love these sense, there's all these ambiguities, right? Because I can imagine somebody coming along and saying, well, you're wrong to meet that guy. I mean, not just it's risky, but actually, no, it's going to make things worse. And it kind of might have, right? But it was still, this was, it came out of, and you don't know, long term you don't know, but there is, it didn't come out of nowhere. It wasn't a random action. It's a discerned action. It's based on this long engagement that you've had with this situation and these people, and your own spiritual formation and your own reading of scripture and your own sense of what you're called to in this time. And you don't know where it goes further down the line, because Bonhoeffer's the conspiracy was a flat failure, right? And yet, would you say they shouldn't have done it? Would you say it were better if they didn't? Sometimes I don't know, actually, because I'd really quite have liked him to survive the war and finish the book. So there's a bit that goes, actually, Dietrich, you got that wrong. Why'd you do that? You gave your life in a pointless enterprise. But all of that's the complexity of it, isn't it? That's and the long-term complexity of it, and the multi-strand, and the sense that being in community is being vulnerable, and being vulnerable to other people's actions and other people's mistakes as well. And all of that. Sorry. Yeah.
Just to add to that, because I think that's absolutely right. When we used to go on the protests, we would gather in Tesco car park and we'd pray. Before we went to the protest, we'd pray for peace, we'd pray for the police, pray for protesters on both sides. On one time, this guy saw us praying and he came and joined us. He prayed with us, and there's a picture of he and I standing like this and with our arms around each other like that. 4 months later, he used that image to promote a protest. So it may well be that part of the risk of that is people saying, why are you doing that? Useful idiot, in Lenin's phrase, or is it the risk and vulnerability you take? Friends, we've got to stop. Can I just give you one more resource? I mentioned the CTE resource. This is a book by Helen Painter, edited by Helen Painter, A Faithful Presence in a Fractured World, a church toolkit for resisting the far right. Helen's the director of the Centre in Bristol. The very final chapter is one called A Barman Declaration for Our Day, ? And asks what would it look like, and provides a template. This is her version with an American colleague, Trevor Lawrence, saying this is what we'd understand if we had to write one today. It might be worth a conversation. What would it look like today for us to declare in the same way and to define what German Christianity was then and what Christian nationalism is now? Sorry for everyone.
Thank you so much. This morning has been incredibly rich, and I have made lots of notes and have so much already to go away and think about. We're just going to have a few minutes of worship now, but I wanted to introduce it a little bit. Some of you, if not all of you, will know that SEM, supported by Project Bonhoeffer, runs a trip every year from Coventry to Berlin. We begin in Coventry Cathedral, which the old cathedral is bombed and left as a ruined shell, and from there came a ministry of reconciliation and peacemaking, which has had impacts around the world. In particular, there are some connections with Berlin, and we visit some communities that have a particular connection back to Coventry. But we also, when we are in Berlin, we visit the houses of Dietrich Bonhoeffer and Martin Niemöller. And every year I say that in some ways, Bonhoeffer is an easy hero. He called out Hitler at the very beginning. He had a prophetic voice, and even if he was often wrong and human, he is a hero that people, as Rachel said, want to claim for themselves. Niemöller, as John pointed out, is a much more complicated hero, if you like, because he wasn't right from the beginning. He did say, we're concerned about the Jews who converted to Christianity and to the people in our congregation who are under threat. We're focused on them at the minute. And it took a long time for him to see the full scope of horror. But the thing that we have from him is that beautiful, it's sometimes referred to as a poem, but it's really just a little bit of prose, the first they came. And when I was at university, I had it as a postcard on my wall that bought in the university bookshop. It resonates through the centuries. The extraordinary thing about it, decades rather, not that old. But the thing is that actually it's kind of because it's appealing. It's easy for us not to notice, as we were talking about earlier, that it is a confession. It's saying, as I look back, I know now that I was wrong. Linking that back to Coventry, the head of the cathedral, then the provost, wanted their response to the bombing to be the words, Father, forgive. Not forgive them, forgive. We all need forgiveness. And in our prayers today, we're going to use a litany that comes from Coventry Cathedral and is used all around the world in those communities, recognising that we are sometimes the wrongdoer, perhaps often the wrongdoer, and certainly we have a part in a corporate wrongdoing. And the litany offers us a way to bring that to God. The only words that you will need to join in with that are, after each statement I read, the words are, Father, forgive. So please join in with that if you feel able to. There will also be the Lord's Prayer for you to join in. I'm feeling in this company we can roughly manage those two things without it on the screen. Let us pray. God is love, and where love is, God is there. Loving Father, be with us now, renewing us with your creative love. Loving Son, be with us now, bringing forgiveness through your saving love. Loving Spirit, be with us now, sustaining us with your sustaining love. Loving God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, as we worship, may we be built up in love. The Coventry Litany. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. The hatred which divides nation from nation, race from race, class from class. Father, forgive. The covetous desires of people and nations to possess what is not their own. Father, forgive. The greed which exploits the work of human hands and lays waste to the earth. Father, forgive. Our envy of the welfare and happiness of others. Father, forgive. Our indifference to the plight of the imprisoned, the homeless, the refugee. Father, forgive. The lust which dishonors the bodies of men, women, and children. Father, forgive. The pride which leads us to trust in ourselves and not in God. Father, forgive. Be kind to one another, tender-hearted, forgiving one another as God in Christ forgave you. A reading from Luke 6. But I say to you that listen, love your enemies, do good to those who hate you, bless those who curse you, pray for those who abuse you. If anyone strikes you on the cheek, offer the other also. And from anyone who takes your coat, do not withhold even your shirt. Give to everyone who begs from you. And if anyone takes away your goods, do not ask for them again. Do to others as you would have them do to you. If you love those who love you, what credit is that to you? For even sinners love those who love them. If you do good to those who do good to you, what credit is that to you? For even sinners do the same. If you lend to those from whom you hope to receive, what credit is that to you? Even sinners lend to sinners to receive as much again. But love your enemies. Do good and lend, expecting nothing in return. Your reward will be great, and you will be the children of the Most High, for he is kind to the ungrateful and the wicked. Be merciful, just as your Father is merciful. Let's join together in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done, on earth as in heaven. Give us today our daily bread. Forgive us our sins, as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For the kingdom, the power, and the glory are yours, now and forever. Amen. God, our shelter in the storm, protect us. God, our rock, be our strength. God, our Father, nurture us. God, our Mother, guide us. God, our life breath, inspire us. God, our beginning and our end, hold us forever in your love. Amen. Amen.
Hello again, folks. Can I ask Phoebe and Emma to come and tell us what the workshops entail and where they'll be held? Give us a brief.
Yeah. Okay.
Brief teaser.
Hello, I'm Emma. My workshop is going to be about craftivism. The Leeds craftivists have joined in a little bit with the work that Bishop Arun and the group that he's with have been doing. So we're going to do some crafting, learn a bit about how craftivism helps us love our enemies. And it's in the Wilson room, which is just where the food is. So you'll all know it well.
Hello, I'm Phoebe and I'm here with Caitlin. We're the co-founders of Great Barren Theatre and we've been working with Merseyside Police to tackle racism in young people in Merseyside. So we're going to be talking about how we, as our left liberal hippies, have conversations with people who come out with shocking comments like, there's too many refugees, send them home. And how we have those conversations and tackle misinformation through drama. Right? So there'll be a little touch of theatre where you can do as much or as little as you like, and some conversations and some general workshop and stuff, which I guess is that in here then?
Yeah.
In here, and we'll go out, we'll move around. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, thank you both of you. So yes, it is now lunchtime. We have food in the Wilson room, which I'm told is like around the corner around there, something. Obviously, as to remind you from earlier that there are toilets on this floor, there are toilets on the ground floor. If you want to, enjoy the sunshine, you could do that. I will encourage you to to make use of the time to really talk to each other. Especially perhaps across the two organisations that we've got going on today. That would be fantastic. Lunch finishes and workshops start at 2 o'clock. So that's the theatre in here and craftivism in the room where the lunch is. Enjoy. We'll see you, well, hopefully during lunch, but if you do a break, we'll see you again in an hour. Thank you.
is a young boy from Afghanistan. Is a young boy from Afghanistan. He used to have a big family back at home. They lived in a beautiful house surrounded by orchards that produced the best fruit, almost like sweets.
slash having a wee, slash get a drink, etc., etc. Excellent. So we now have Richard to lead our Bible study, which is looking really cool because we've got like 3 texts to look at, which is great. So the Reverend Canon Dr. Richard Cooke is the rector of 6 rural churches near Stratford-upon-Avon, and has been in church ministry for over 40 years in a variety of contexts, particularly apparently in teaching and training roles. So I'm telling you that. It feels weird to introduce somebody without at least looking at them once, you know? So we will be exploring washing feet, turning the other cheek, and taking up the cross. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you. Good. Well, nice to be here. In the teaching and training stuff, I had an excellent member of staff who was called Naomi Nixon, which is probably why I'm here today, I think. I should just say to you that if I wince when you say something, it's not because of what you said. It's because we were on holiday a couple of weeks ago, and we've got an almost 6-year-old Labrador who has just discovered that if she brings the ball back and lets it go, then you can throw it again for her. So this was a new thing, fantastic game to do. And we have one of those plastic dog throwers, you know, you don't actually throw a dog, you throw the ball. Slightly misnamed. And so I was very enthusiastically with my right arm throwing this ball. The dog was chasing after it. We both had a wonderful time. And then when we got home, I found I'd got a problem with my shoulder. So it's still a bit painful. So if I wince, as I say, it's not because of what you said. It's just because of my dog throwing injury. It's not the most kind of impressive injury to have, really, is it? Anyway, lovely to be here with you. And we're going through till 4 o'clock with this one, aren't we? Like Rachel, it's always a good idea to check on the time beforehand. And we're going particularly to have a look at that passage in Luke chapter 6. I hope you've all got a copy of this. I thought it was going to be easier to do that than assume that people have got Bibles with them. But in order for it to work with the live stream, there's probably a bit less of you talking with one another than I might normally do with something like this. But do feel free to interrupt or ask things as we go along. Observations are equally as important as questions. So, or challenges or whatever. So if that's all right, we'll carry on. So the theme for today, as we all know, is do good to those who hate you. There are kind of 2 versions of this in the New Testament. One is the passages from Matthew chapter 5, the Sermon on the Mount. But there is a slightly different version, which is what the quotation we've got in the material for the conference is from, in Luke's Gospel, in what really people often call not the Sermon on the Mount, but the Sermon on the Plain. He summarises Jesus' teaching slightly differently. And the wording is different from what you get in the Sermon on the Mount as well. And having a look at this, I thought, it would be quite intriguing just to dig into what those differences are and why they might be different, and actually what it might suggest to us. One of the important things for us to look at, I think, is we're very conscious of our own context, but it's really easy to read our own context back into other texts, particularly the Gospels. And in fact, giving attention to Jesus' context and looking at the differences and connections between the two is often important. So let's try and do that with this passage. Jesus talking about love your enemies and so on. What do you think he was talking about? What's the same and what's different about Jesus' context and our context today? Get what I'm asking about here. And, you know, there's no right or wrong answers to this, so don't think that we're kind of marking your homework on it at all. But just take a moment or two to chat to the person next to you about what you think is the same and what's different between Jesus' context and our context. Okay? Let's pick you up for a bit, yeah. To cut that short, but let's just see what has come down to that. What do you think is the same about Jesus' context and ours, and what might be different? We've got the microphone around for the live stream as well, I think. So anybody want to throw something out? What's the same? Go on then, Phoebe, yes.
We were talking about maybe the difference between what you're kind of calling state-given enemies. So like when your region is officially at war with another region, you're told that that is your official enemy, whereas obviously we can debate about this, but we're not technically in a war right now, so we haven't got state-given enemies. Whereas I try and think about who mine might be, and I'm instantly trying to think more personal. I haven't got any personal enemies that I know of. And then I'm thinking about, well, who kind of officially could I say is my enemy? Well, they don't know I exist, but like I would say like people like Netanyahu, and then he's not personally attacking me, but he's attacking a community on a genocidal level. But again, that's such a different context, and kind of made him an enemy because of advocacy for another community, and he doesn't know me. At least I hope he doesn't know me.
Although you have spent time.
Yes, I have. Yeah. We didn't cross paths.
You've just said on the live stream now that you're a national ID.
Don't mind.
Okay, let's quickly move the microphone on to Phoebe then. But thank you very much for that, Phoebe. That's great. Anybody else got something to throw in for us? Yeah.
You go first. Yeah, so we were talking about how these people, they would have had enemies.
Yeah.
And they would have been born their enemies. And also the other thing is that when we're reading this today, we've had 2,000 years of this message imprinted in our minds. And for these people, they hadn't. And this we've got to bear in mind just how radical and also counterintuitive, and how it just would have gone against the grain of their psychology.
Yeah, really important point. Thank you for that. Yeah.
And then a point I just had on the end was Jesus, as far as we know, didn't have Instagram or Twitter or X or whatever. So that's a different. I
think you're pretty certain you're right on that. Yes. But no, I mean actually the communications thing is important, isn't it? Because more or less everything that's done in that culture is broadly speaking fairly local. Whereas virtually anything you say, as Phoebe may be about to find out, is broadcast much wider. Sorry to pick up. Phoebe's mum and I work together. So.
It's all sounding very connected.
Okay.
So I'm just the difference between Jesus's context and Luke's context might need to be teased out a little bit as well. When Jesus was around, the Roman Empire was all powerful in first century Judea, but there was issues of collaboration and so on. By the time Luke's writing, the fall of Jerusalem has happened, and there's been the diaspora and both the spreading of Christianity, but also the dispersal of Judaism as well. So in terms of understanding of who your enemy is, might be different for Jesus as opposed to when Luke's writing and interpreting it, because by that point people were trying to maybe play a little bit more nicely at times with the Roman Empire and trying to work out how to just survive and not get thrown to the lions or into the general Colosseum and so on. So I think we need to be mindful that there is the Bible offers us the challenge of both what we understand the person saying 30, 40, 50 years earlier, but then there's also the context of the writer themselves as well.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, there's that extra level of interpretation. Because we've got less than an hour to do this, I'm not really going into that, but it's a really important point, Tim, thank you for it, that there is both our context, Jesus' context, and then, of course, in between that is a kind of mediating context of the writer of this particular gospel, and this may be why there is some slight differences between Luke and Matthew, for example, because they're interpreting Jesus' words for different audiences. In this particular case, this passage I'm not sure that that is hugely important, or I shall assume that it isn't, but you're absolutely free to differ with me on that if you want to. Anybody else? Time for one more? No?
Sarah? Oh, it's not that important, but...
No, but we want you to be broadcast to the world so that if you mention...
Just in case I say anything like startlingly important to any security agencies. Yeah, no, understood. We were just talking about like some of the most of what we have in common with the people of that time are things about being human. And particularly, I was thinking about grouping those into our needs in terms of just, eating and drinking and shelter and so on. But then also in terms of emotions, in terms of the way that anger is still anger even 2,000 years ago, that kind of thing.
Yeah, thank you. Great.
On translation.
Yeah. Sorry?
Or just simply translation.
Yes.
It's done by individuals, and they all do things slightly differently. So what you get from a given text is never going to be identical.
Yeah. And in fact, I'll pick that up in a moment or two. One thing about Jesus' context that actually we often don't grasp, I think, is that Galilee was not an occupied area. The way the Roman Empire ran was that they used Roman soldiers, legions, as little as they could because they were incredibly expensive. It's rather the way in which various imperial powers have tried to run empires in the past. So, in fact, Galilee, at the time, Palestine split into Galilee, which is the northern part, and Judea, which is the southern part, which includes Jerusalem itself. But that northern part, Galilee, where Jesus seems to have spent most of his time, is actually ruled by Herod Antipas, the son of Herod the Great. And that's important because he's a Jewish ruler. So if this passage, as we often interpret it, is talking about how you react, if somebody, it doesn't say that they're soldiers or whatever, but the likely context is that the sort of people that Jesus is talking about reacting to are forces who are wanting to take taxes from you, move you off land, all that kind of thing. It's not a Roman centurion who's doing this. The enemy that seems to be talked about here is in fact almost certainly another Jewish person who's working as an agent at a couple of removes for the Roman Empire, but in fact is somebody who is very, very much like you. It's a collaborator, and that, when I think about it, changes the way that I look at this passage and actually does resonate a bit with our context if we're talking about how you talk to your far-right neighbours. Because it's not talking about people who are very other. Do you see what I mean? It's talking about people who might be your brother or your father or your son, because I'm assuming they'll probably be male. But actually people who are very close to you, the people that you might have gone to school with, people that might be part of your wider family, all that sort of thing. So when we look at this, I think it actually takes us into territory which is quite close to what we were hearing about this morning. Enemies and neighbours, I don't see necessarily as different groups. Because in Jesus' context in Galilee, I think enemies and neighbours could well have been the same people. Do you see what I'm getting at there? And that's one where, as I was thinking this through, I thought, there actually does seem to be quite a resonance there, doesn't there? One of the books that's around on sort of far-right stuff at the moment had this phrase in it, which I thought was helpful. Daniel Trilling says, in order to feel like a winner, somebody has to lose. In order to feel like a winner, somebody has to lose. And if that's a true statement about our context, it's interesting to put that into the kind of New Testament context and say, is the same thing, the same kind of power differential going on there? And arguably in Galilee particularly it was. Because how did you get on? How did you make money? How did you make your own family secure? Well, being part of Herod Antipas, the ruler's security services and all of that might have been a smart bet to do. I'm not saying that they're the same as far-right supporters now. I'm saying there are similarities there, and teasing that out can be helpful. So in that sense, it seems to me that Jesus' context is there where you're in Galilee, which is not an occupied land at the time. He's talking about people who are enemies and people who are neighbours, and they might be the same people. What do you do to them? Well, according to Luke, Jesus says, do good. That's not a great phrase in English, is it? Does anybody like do-gooders? No, they don't. You know, it's a pejorative term for us. So I thought, well, what have we actually got here? Now, bear in mind, Jesus would have said whatever he said in Aramaic, so we've already got translation into Greek here. But when you look at it, the phrase is really quite suggestive, because the words do good are kalos poete. Good, kalos poete, means do. Greek has New Testament Greek has a much greater breadth of meaning in each word because the vocabulary is much smaller than English. So there are a lot more ideas going on in any one word in New Testament Greek than there are in English. And we miss that because our translations nail down meaning. They make it much tighter, when in fact often it's more ambiguous and in many ways quite poetic. Kalos, the word that we translate as good, means beautifully, or soundly, morally rightly, or orderly. There's all of that stuff in it, which for me doesn't really fit in the word good in this context. But once you begin to think of that, then it feels to me as if this phrase begins to blossom a bit. When Jesus is described in John's Gospel as the Good Shepherd, it's this same word that's used, and that's why some people translate that as the Beautiful Shepherd, which again puts it slightly differently, I think. And the word for doing is a lovely word, poete, which means to do, but it means to make or create or fashion something. We actually get the word poetry from this Greek word. So it's not just that very instrumental doing something. There's something far richer there, I think, about a sense of creating something, making something happen. Put those together, and I think what you get here is a sense that when Jesus says do good, he's talking about order and beauty as opposed to chaos. Do good to those that hate you is not just being nice to them. It's to do with this sense of order as opposed to chaos, which of course goes right back, particularly to the Genesis stories, where what God does with the creation is bring order out of chaos. So doing good, perhaps, has got something to do with bringing back that sense of harmony. You'll know the Hebrew word shalom, I'm sure. That sense of peace, order, of bringing everything to be right. So this kind of word to do good feels to me like it's actually got a much richer kind of hinterland to it than we think when we just sort of skid through it and think, okay, we've got to be good, do-gooders. You might translate it, it's a bit of a stretch, more of a paraphrase, but it kind of helps me to understand it. What if Jesus is really saying, make something beautiful to those who hate you? Make something beautiful. How do you make something beautiful out of this situation? He's talking in that context, we're talking in our context, but the challenge to make something beautiful there, I think, is a rich and resonant one. So what do we do about it? Here's what Jesus says. I've turned the phrases around, but to cursing, bless. To threats, pray. To slaps, offer the other cheek. To demands for your coat, let them take your shirt too. There's a link there, because if you go back into the Old Testament law, Exodus and Deuteronomy, you find that actually you're not meant, the people of Israel are not meant to take all these clothes from somebody else, because that means that they would become destitute. You're not allowed to do that. That's not going to make any difference if it's a Roman soldier, but if it's one of Herod Antipas's Jewish soldiers, effectively all of these actions, I think, are about shame. It's about shaming somebody who does them. Do you really want to do this? What are your actual value? What is your actual value system? And I heard some resonances with what Bishop Arun was talking about when he'd spoken to some of the people, the far-right protesters, and actually asked them what did they really think. There's a kind of a sense of shame going on, it felt to me, in some of those conversations. Sorry, you were going to ask me?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I believe there's a thing, I don't remember if it's in this bit, but where Jesus says that if someone asks you to carry their bag a mile,
Yes.
carry it too. And that was a thing that people were it was an expectation that if a Roman soldier asked you had to carry their bag a mile, and actually going 2 miles is an act of protest, because that was more than you were expected.
Yes, that's in the Sermon on the Mount rather than this one. But again, if you read it in a Jewish rather than a Roman context, it's talking about forced labour. And forced labour is has a kind of big history in what we think of as the Old Testament Hebrew Bible, where the big mistake that was made after the death of Solomon with the kings that come in there was they brought in forced labour. And that caused all kinds of problems and stuff. So again, when you dive into it at that level, you begin to see that this is questioning the value system that might underlie the person who's labelled as the enemy, but might also be your neighbour as well. What it seems to me Jesus is doing here is offering concrete actions. He's saying these are things to do. Sometimes these are talked about as acted parables, which I find is quite a helpful phrase. It's not just about words, and very much as Rachel was pointing out this morning, these are confrontations. This is not just passive resistance in the sense that you lie down and let somebody walk on over you. It's about doing something in response, something that confronts the person who's doing it to you with a real challenge. That says, do you actually want to do this? Is this really the person that you are? That's the question that goes on here, I think. And the kind of, this little part of the passage ends up with this phrase about be merciful or be compassionate as your Father is compassionate. Be merciful. It's that sense that what you do here, the actions, are actions that reflect the nature of God. Jesus resists the idea that for someone to feel like a winner, someone else has to lose. Going back to that quote I gave you just now. That's what he's resisting. It's arguing back against the model of the world that somebody seems to have. It's asking, do you really want to participate in that model of the world? The challenge is not to play the game. I'm not really going to talk about Bonhoeffer here because there are people much more qualified to do that. But you can see the connections, can't you, between the two things. How do you manage not to play the game? Arguably, this is a huge oversimplification, I know, and again, plenty of people here will know more about this than me. But one way of understanding what's going on today, not just in this country but across the world, is that there is a clash between liberal democracy and capitalism. That liberal democracy fundamentally encourages us to think that everybody should be equal. Capitalism does the opposite. And when those two things clash, actually what you get is that sense of anger, desire for revenge, that sense that actually I want my people to be winning, not yours. And that's what fuels the kind of politics of resentment, really, that we see around us. That sense of equality at the heart of liberal democracy seems to me, and again I know that this is potentially a contentious thing, but it seems to me to have quite deep Christian roots, and you'll probably be aware of the background to that kind of argument. And in that context, it's concrete actions, such as Jesus talks about here, that I think make a difference rather than arguments. And just a brief bit of autobiography. I've been doing this stuff for a long time, but when I was a student, a long time ago now, I was involved in a sort of student mission thing in North London. And we were a bunch of students from Oxford University, and we had all the arguments in our heads. I actually lost an argument with a secondary school class about which was better, the Beano or the Bible, which told you something about how good I was at arguing at the time. But you know, there was a lot in our understanding of what we were doing, of saying that you need to get people intellectually to grasp what Christian faith is about. But I was working with a really lovely man who was a part-time vicar of a church there, and also part-time chaplain of the Dick Whittington Hospital, big hospital in North London there, called David Curry, who has been, I only worked with him for a few days, but he was really important to me. He very gently took me aside as we were walking somewhere one day, and he said, you know, I've been a vicar for a long time, Richard, and he said, I've never known anybody become a Christian because they lost an argument. And I've thought of that many, many times since. And I think actually what he was cottoning on to is some of what's going on in this passage. Jesus is talking about concrete actions. It's not that arguments don't matter, they do. But they're not the primary thing that makes a difference, usually. It's concrete actions that often are the most important. So we've whizzed through that passage, as I say, sorry not to give you a little more time to kind of look at it yourselves, but I hope that's helpful to set some new context and things. And I want quite briefly in the last sort of 10 minutes or so to go on to have a think about a couple of other passages which we will really only skate over, but I think are connected here. Because when I was looking at this, I thought, well, concrete actions, how do they work out? There is another really important concrete action, or two concrete actions that Jesus talks about. And one is washing feet. You'll be familiar with this. This is John's Gospel, so we moved Gospels now. John chapter 13. I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but John has a long section, several chapters, which are usually labelled as being the Last Supper, except that he doesn't actually mention a meal, which is intriguing. There doesn't seem to be food on the table, instead there are feet. Not a great exchange, really, is it? Because John presents this story here by saying that during supper, Jesus, knowing that the Father had given all things into his hands, that he'd come from God and was going to God, got up from supper, took off his outer robe, tied a towel round himself, poured water into a basin, and began to wash the disciples' feet. Now, as we were hearing just now, we've been reading this for nearly 2,000 years. And so we don't quite notice the sudden change of gear in that. But just listen again. Jesus, knowing the Father had given all things into his hands and that he had come from God and was going to God. This is John presenting us with Jesus as, effectively, what will become understood as the second person of the Trinity. It's an amazing vision. But what he does then is to pick up the towel, pour out some water. There's a huge gear shift there, isn't there? Again, if you think back to the kind of original context there. And then a little bit later on in the passage, Jesus says, so if I've washed your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet, for I've set you an example that you should do as I have done to you. It's the night before the cross. This set of chapters 13 to 17 of John's Gospel, have been described as the kind of last will and testament of Jesus. He's trying to get things across to the disciples. And so this is another acted parable, really. Washing feet is a loving act that could not be compelled from somebody. This is pretty much the one thing that a slave could refuse to do because it's so demeaning. But actually it's what Jesus does and says, I've set you an example. Or you might say, I've given you a template. Jesus was a carpenter, and carpenters, dressmakers, people who work with their hands and create things, who make things that are beautiful, do it according to a pattern, don't they? And that's what this action is, this acted parable is. I don't think it actually means that literally, in our context, you go around pulling people's socks off so that you wash. I mean, by all means have a go sometimes, but there is some translation work here, but the act is a loving act that is done for other people that in fact is demeaning for you. It's how God's love is shown. This is the way that we hear about it in John's Gospel. But it's another concrete action on Jesus' part, isn't it? And then in Luke, dotting back to Luke chapter 9 verse 23, we also set here, and then Jesus said to them all, if any wish to come after me, let them deny themselves, take up their cross daily and follow me. Luke has put in the daily bit. Mark and Matthew both quote Jesus as saying to take up their cross and follow me. But Luke adds in that daily thing, which suggests an extra level of interpretation that's going on there. But I wonder if what he's doing there is pointing us towards the way in which you can't physically be crucified every day, can you? This must be some kind of metaphorical phrase. Is it about that same stuff that you see with the washing of feet? That same sense that what you do is demean yourself. You show a loving act by taking that kind of servant place. This is what makes something beautiful. When we look at that phrase, do good, how do you do good? Well, here are some examples of how Jesus seems to make something beautiful in these situations, and therefore challenges us in different ways to do the same. And if you kind of widen the camera angle and look a bit more broadly, you'll find in Philippians chapter 2 verses 5 to 11 what the American New Testament scholar Michael Gorman calls Paul's master narrative. And that's the third passage that's printed there. Intriguingly, the scholars think that this is not actually Paul speaking, apart from that very first line, which says, let the same mind be in you that was in Jesus Christ. And then the rest of that passage is, we think, in fact, a hymn that was in use within the churches. And bear in mind, of course, that Paul's letters are written before the Gospels are written. So you're going back actually pretty early on in the Christian movement here. So that what you seem to have here is something that amounts to a very early kind of version of a Christian creed. And it says, let the same mind be in you that was in Christ Jesus, who though he existed in the form of God, did not regard equality with God as something to be grasped, but emptied himself, taking the form of a slave, assuming human likeness, and being found in appearance as a human, humbled himself and became obedient to the point of death, even death on the cross. Therefore God exalted him even more highly and gave him the name that's above every name, so that at the name given to Jesus every knee should bend in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue should confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. I'm sure you're familiar with that. It often feels to me as if we lost all of the rest of the New Testament, but that bit survived, we'd be all right. What Gorman picks out when he calls this Paul's master narrative is, again, that the words are slippery just at the beginning. Because pretty well every mainstream translation will say, although he existed in the form of God. In other words, what Jesus does in submitting to the cross is, as it were, against his nature, against the nature of God. But, says Michael Gorman, it doesn't have to be translated that way. It could be because. And if you read it that way, it's different. Who, because he existed in the form of God, did not regard equality with God as something to be grasped, but emptied himself. In other words, this is what God is like. Now, you can't actually tell which meaning is meant here, but there's enough ambiguity there that I think gives us a very rich sense of ambiguity and helps us to see that perhaps if what we see in Jesus that runs through that saying about loving your enemies and how you react to that you find there particularly in the washing of feet and the idea of taking up the cross. Thinking again about the end of the first Luke passage about be merciful as your Father is merciful. Actually, what you're being called to do in loving your enemies is doing it because God is like that. You still with me? And going back to some of the discussion we were just having before worship, before lunch, I think if you look back over the centuries, actually you can see that Jesus' way has worked. It's not a straight line. I'm not rehabilitating the kind of doctrine of progress here. But there are ways in which you can see that the world has changed over 2,000 years as the Christian church, often dimly and always imperfectly, has tried to embrace this sense that we walk in the footsteps of God and we walk in a way that reflects the nature of God around us. That we do good and we make something beautiful with our enemies, out of our enemies, the way that we react to them. There we are. As we were talking about the questions with Bishop Arun and with Rachel that we had at the end of his session, the thing that I was dying to say really about the question of, what happens when Bonhoeffer appears to switch from, an idealist to a kind of realist position. That's not quite what you said, Rachel, but that was the question. But the point about it that I would want to bring out is Bonhoeffer, as you mentioned earlier on, Rachel, emphasises again and again incarnation. It's about incarnation, not principles, as I understand it for him. And incarnation is always messy. That's why there often aren't hard and fast rules about how you do good, about how you make something beautiful. Because actually what you're doing often is making it up as you go along. But actually, if you think about it, that's what incarnation is about as well. It's getting involved in the messiness of the world in a way that becomes almost impossible at times to have a handbook for. That's the problem for me with more conservative approaches to Christian faith, because they assume very often that there's a particular set of rules that you've got to follow. And it doesn't seem to me that that's really what incarnation is about. Incarnation is often a way of confrontation. And a key phrase there is that one from Proverbs 31 verse 9, open your mouth for the dumb. So a way of doing good, of making something beautiful, can often be through forms of confrontation. And I think what we see in this passage in Luke chapter 6 is actions which often are confronting there and may need to be confronting on behalf of other people. I put that verse in there particularly because Proverbs 31 gets a very bad rep because the later part of the chapter is the stuff about the wonderful wife. What people don't notice is that at the beginning of that chapter, it's supposedly some stuff from somebody who's called Lemuel, king of Massa. And it's a prescription for how rulers should be and what they should do. What people often miss is the fact that it says, these are the words of Lemuel, king of Massa, words that his mother taught him. So these are, words in the Hebrew Bible which appear to have come from a woman who's in fact not even a Jewish woman, because if you look for where Massa is, it's outside the boundaries of Israel as well. And there's a lot of important stuff in that passage, but no time to look at that one as well. But that idea that over centuries Jesus' way has worked, I think you see that, for example, in Martin Luther King's famous phrase, in the middle of the Civil Rights Movement in Montgomery, Alabama, where he said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." That, I think, is, there's an element of hope for us in this. Does it work? Well, it's not necessarily about things working or not working, but actually, if you look, you see that the world has changed, I think. So, let me give you a quick epilogue. Naomi and I hadn't conferred about this. How's a way of putting this into practice? Let me tell you a little of the story of Coventry Cathedral, some of which you will know. This is because I work in the Diocese of Coventry and have done for a long time now. You probably know the story of what happened. November the 14th, 1940, there was a devastating air raid on Coventry and 568 people were killed, which at the time was I think it was the largest number in a single night in Coventry, in Britain. And this is what the ruins looked like the next morning. The paintings from the artist John Piper, who was sent to Coventry the day after to record it in art. But you've also got this famous photograph of the west doors blown off and just the hinges left there. How would they react? How would people react at that point? There was an extraordinary man called Dick Howard, who was the provost, in effect the vicar of the cathedral at the time. And actually, interestingly, controversially, the Sunday immediately before the bombing was Remembrance Sunday, and at that service he had particularly prayed for those who they were at war with, and he had also made sure that the confession clearly was about the fact that everybody, by which he meant both Britain and Germany, were at fault for the war. That was pretty controversial at the time. But it meant that when the place was destroyed, there's a sense in which he was able to respond in a way that again was quite controversial, but is remarkable in the context of what we're talking about. The BBC broadcast from the ruins at Christmas, so this is 6 weeks later. And Dick Howard said, 6 weeks ago the enemy came and hurled down fire and destruction upon our city from the sky, all through the long night. So many lives were lost, so many homes destroyed, and our cathedral nave and chancel utterly burnt and brought to the ground. It was ruthless, futile, and wicked. And I don't know if you can see that what happened, what he was able to point out, when he climbed the spire, the tower of the cathedral, which stayed standing, so actually a separate structure, he looked down in the ruins, and there in the ruins, you may just be able to make it out, one of the roof beams had fallen into the shape of a cross. You've got to squint to do it properly, but I promise you it is there. And what he later wrote was, as I stood there, I asked the question, where is God? And I saw the cross there, and the answer came to me that when people suffer, God suffers with them. Bonhoeffer famously said, only a suffering God can help. I'm not saying that Howard got there first, but I'm saying that there is a connection between the two things, out of that lived experience, I think. And so, where Dick Howard went with that, in that same broadcast, and remember this is Christmas 1940, so it's an extraordinary time to say it. He said, what we want to tell the world is this, that with Christ born again in our hearts today, we're trying hard as it may be to banish all thoughts of revenge. We're bracing ourselves to finish this tremendous job of saving the world from tyranny and cruelty, But we are going to try to make a kinder, simpler, a more Christ-childlike sort of world in the days beyond this strife. Lots of people responded positively. Lots of people thought it was absolutely ridiculous to be saying that at that point. But it was a brave thing to say, and I think it's a good example of trying to make something beautiful out of those who hate you. I think my time's up, probably. So, thank you for listening.
We've got 6 minutes, actually.
6 minutes. Any thoughts or observations, please feel free. Yeah.
I was intrigued by what you were saying earlier on about. Thank you. I was intrigued by what you're saying earlier on about that sort of dialogue where you say to somebody, "Is this the person you are?"
Yes.
And I'm contrasting that with a phrase which has been bugging me for the last few days, and that is the phrase calling racism out.
Yeah.
Because I think sometimes when we talk about calling something out, it suggests that once we call it out, it'll somehow disappear in a puff of logic. And actually, sometimes the calling doesn't actually help. The calling of the use of the label doesn't help. And sometimes I think back to, when I was a child struggling to overcome a lot of inherent racism. I would not have identified myself as a racist. And for somebody to have pointed to me and said, "You're a racist," my future self to say, "You're a racist," would not have helped. But for somebody to say to you, "You're not a racist, so why are you saying that?" And I think that is part of that sort of polarized way of engaging with the enemy, is to say, "Are you like that? Is that what you are?
Yeah.
Surely you're not like that. Surely we're not like that."
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just behind you, I think.
I just wanted to say that I was in the craftivism workshop just before this, and a number of people were, and there was very significant parallels with what you were saying and what we were doing before
That's
this
always
session.
a relief to hear, yes.
And it's in particularly the whole thing of making something beautiful, and we learnt about how the Leeds Sanctuary craftivists make these beautiful things, and they sent some olive branches, I think, to leaders of an arms fair, and just the idea of sending beautiful things to people that hate you is exactly what you were saying.
Great, thank you. There we are, got another one here.
So you're talking about how we need to make something beautiful in the face of conflict. One issue is that for someone to allow something beautiful to be made, that itself is an act of humility, often, to allow yourself to be helped. So how can you make something beautiful in the face of pride?
I mean, I think Rachel made some good comments about that earlier on. I think it's about trying, isn't it? You can't force it to happen, and that's really important, because people have agency. We can't make it happen, but we can try. That's the call to us, I think. That's a bit of a rubbish answer, isn't it? But that's where I would be, I think.
I wonder if that relates to what we were saying in the theatre workshop. Were you in that or not? No. Yes, you were. Yeah, no. We can't change what person one is saying. We can change a response to it. I wonder if that maybe comes in as well. Sorry.
We were leading the workshop, so I'll give some context in terms of who person one is for anyone in the craftivism. Basically, we were looking at Freire's work of Pedagogy of the Oppressed, which then led to Boal's work of Theatre of the Oppressed, and his idea in forum theatre is that you cannot change the oppressor's actions, you can only change your own, as in the oppressed actions, because that's the groups he was working with in the 60s and 70s. It was oppressed groups, particularly in Brazil and Argentina. So that's a little bit of the context on that. We can change our actions, we can make something beautiful, say a good thing, make a lovely craft, or put something on social media, but we can't affect how the oppressor, the agitator, the person who hates us reacts to that. We can only affect our own actions.
I think we better finish there, partly because Naomi's never known me finish a minute early, and I'd just like to make that point. I've managed to do so.
I'm a terrible taskmaster, and all my current staff will attest.
I just want to say thank you very much for that session. And it is now coffee break time. There may be some cake left. We will be back here at 4:30 for something.
For some Rachel?
Yes.
Winding up the
yes,
day?
That's
and
it. And then some worship. Yes.
Yeah.
know some people have had to go home. I know some people have had to go home a little bit early, so I'm just going to hope that anybody will find their way back to us. And if not, then they have a safe journey. We're going to have hear from Rachel again for our final reflection for just 15 minutes or so, and then we will have some closing worship to finish off at 5-ish. Over to you, Rachel.
I'll sit, because if I sit, it keeps me grounded, and that sometimes works better. But then will this work okay for the live stream? Yeah. As we are? Yes. That's great. I came with absolutely no idea what I'm doing in the final slot, which I thought was the best idea, because the idea was to draw out threads and draw things together. Come together quite well. I'll tell you briefly the stupidity thought, because it does actually resonate with one or two things that have come up during the day, because there have been several little bits of discussion, I think, and most recently in what Richard was saying about arguments. And I was really struck by this line that was, nobody ever became a Christian by losing an argument. And on the limitations of being reasonable and the frustrations around people just saying really stupid things and feeling like this is not, it's obvious what the arguments against that is, and it's obvious why it should be obvious that, clearly, asylum seekers are not taking all the benefits, and clearly, it's not the case that everyone comes from a war zone is a terrorist, all these kinds of things that came up in the drama workshop. So where this relates to the Bonhoeffer material is that I've been thinking quite a lot about a piece that he writes in it's a reflection for the end of the year 1942 to 1943, so it's quite like we're mid-war, the war's going badly. This is the conspiracies, this is written for the people who are involved in the conspiracy. This is the low point, really. And it's a reflection of where they've got to in their societal context, on the context. And there's this piece about stupidity, about Dummheit. Sometimes gets translated as folly, but it's just more like people being stupid. And he says stupidity. So it's been circulated quite a lot recently for reasons I can't begin to understand. So you can go and look it up. Stupidity is a greater threat to the good than evil. That's the claim, that against you have more that you can do against evil than against stupidity. And what he's meaning by that, and he gives this account of the person that you're engaging with, and you have a sense that you are not really talking to the person at all, but you are talking to a collection of slogans, you are talking to a collection of catchwords, you are talking with somebody who has stopped reflecting or stopped thinking. And this is, he said, this is not about people having what we would now say a low IQ or whatever, or bad exam results. That's not the point. It's not an intellectual failure. But there is, he'd say, so in that case, in a totalitarian situation, an upsurge of power with a corresponding upsurge in people giving up thinking. And there's this line, the power of some requires the stupidity of others. And then the question that's put is to say, well, this seems to be, he's talking about an experience that he feels like he's had. And this, some of you know, some of my family came from Germany, and we have accounts by my great-grandfather of similar kinds of things, right? There were people you could reason with and people you couldn't in a Nazi context. And Bonhoeffer's question, well, how does one respond to that? And particularly from a Christian point of view, how does one respond to that? He says, well, one of the things it is doing, it's like Richard's saying, is the limits of argument and the significance of concrete action of the act. Because what is going to, if there's a situation where reason has stopped working, some sort of change in the societal situation is what is going to shift it. And I mean, he's talking at that point about the conspiracy and so on, but I'm wondering one can find ways of thinking a bit smaller and thinking about, well, it is the act that changes the terms of engagement, it is the establishment of connection where it's been cut off, it's the ways of relating or being together. It's maybe the surprising beautiful thing, and the jolts the possibility of beginning to reflect or to think or to see things from the standpoint of another. But all of that's kind of at the level of practical suggestion, because where Bonhoeffer ends up with it all is by saying, okay, the one thing we've got to bear in mind here is that this is a situation in which we've got a real risk of contempt for humanity. We've got a real risk of starting, it's just contempt, like sweeping people aside, saying we can't deal with either that specific person or these people at all. So that's what you don't do. God does not have contempt for any person, so we don't. God becomes human for the sake of all of humanity. That is your starting point, that is the baseline. So it actually comes back down to the love for the neighbour. Right? A love for the neighbour as what? And in that situation, it feels like what you've got is actually quite possibly we can't get anywhere. Like, quite possibly this is not going to issue in a practical outcome. There might be concrete actions that can be taken. Yeah, there might be something that you can do to change the terms, change the game, out of the game. But actually, even if there isn't, we don't give up on people. That's not what we do. We love people, but that we don't do it because we're really good at loving people. Sometimes the love for the person is almost just the baseline recognition. I recognise that God loves that person, so I'm not allowed, so I don't write them off. And that's kind of all I've got. Right? I can't change them, I can't fix them, I can't reason with them, I can't argue with them, I can't do anything that's going to do anything at all. I can't write that person out. And maybe it's just that kind of sort of baseline limit, lowest possible. Sometimes maybe that's all we've got. Which sounds a bit downbeat, but I think I've been hearing quite a lot around the place about both some really hope, positive, this is a thing we can do, and a bit of, well, yeah, but it won't work. Or, yeah, things actually could get worse before they get better. You know, a long arc of history, but it's going to be quite long, right? And it has quite a lot of glitches. So I think what I want to suggest that your theologians are offering, and maybe that your Christian communities are offering, because I don't want to say that Christian community, the other thing that I really don't want to say is that Christian communities are better at doing this stuff than everybody else. What I think the Christian communities might be good for is dealing with not being very good at this stuff. Right? Or sustaining faith, hope and love in the face of failure, where there's failure. And that's part of, I suspect that's where you bring in your theologians, because if you want to, if you want to devise a really good practical non-violent action, you've got there's fantastic people who are helping you do that. And I think maybe the one thing the theologians have got is to say, actually, even if it doesn't work, you can't manage it, falls apart, God loves you anyway, and all the other people. Right? And if that's the start, and rethinking everything occasionally from that starting point might be helpful. So that's, I think, where I'm thinking about leaving it, because there's just such a lot going on in the space that I think folks will have many things to take away. And I know that Will's prepared to get started on the concluding worship, so I'm going to suggest we just hand that over and we can for any chat or reflection we could do afterwards. I think that's the way to go. Does you need the mic? Can we need to hand over the mic?
So, yes.
Have a microphone. Yeah, this is the pass the baton.
That one? Yeah, okay. Thank you. So I'm just going to have a quick reflection, and then we'll close with a prayer. And now is a really, it can be quite a scary time to look at the news and to see things like the far right using the cross, and things like the violence that we've seen in response to horrific events. And it really is good timing to come together and think about what it means to be a Christian in times like these, what it means to be a Christian, to face down evil with love. Use this brilliant phrase, sustaining love and faith in the face of failure. And I think that that's a really good way of putting it, because actually often the evils that we face aren't these active hatreds wanting to do wrong. Often where it comes from is a kind of almost an ambivalence towards the other, and a fear on the part of the self. And but the question that we have is, how do we approach it? How do we approach, as Christians, being told to love those who hate? Do we approach it with, with prayer? Do we approach it with a peace be with you? Do we actually say, no, this is a huge injustice? Do we hold the sword of the Spirit? And I think we've seen something in Richard's Bible study. We had a really, really good answer. That actually it's about these kinds of actions which are active, but that don't succumb to the evil, that don't allow the evil to overcome the good, and for the good to become, as Obi-Wan Kenobi would say, the very thing you sought to destroy. And one thing that I've been really, one thing that's given me hope recently is actually seeing in the recent by-election, actually, seeing how one of the things that I noticed is Andy Burnham's saying I didn't really see him calling the opposition far right or fascists a huge amount. What I did see is we don't want to become a country where people can't look each other in the eye and talk to each other. He said we don't want to become America, and I think that's something that we can all get behind. But the instinct is we are going to need a bit more, and I think that's really where it all comes down to, where you've got the story in John 13 of Nicodemus coming under the cover of darkness to Jesus, and he's quite uncertain. He doesn't quite know what to think about Christianity, and Jesus describes the Spirit, and he describes it in these terms. He says, you don't know where it's coming from, you don't know where it's going. And I think sometimes you just have to have that humility and have that sense, actually, I'm not quite sure what I'm doing. I'm not quite sure whether what I'm doing will make a big outcome. But I've sort of just got to do the right thing. And and I'm going to just close on a story that my mum told me in a friend of hers parish, one night or one morning they woke up to find that there were big flags on the lampposts. And she didn't need to say what the flags were, what the purpose was, but in the morning a farmer had come round with a tractor taking them down. And what's quite meaningful about that is that they came up under the cover of darkness, and it was in the light that things were sort of sorted out. And I think we just have to have that humility and have that recognition that actually we're not going to be able to, in some great big hurrah, vanquish evil. It's much more about just doing the passive goods in our actions. I'm just going to finish off with a prayer, if I can find it. There we go. So if you'd just like to bow your heads. God of peace, we thank you so much for bringing us here today. We thank you for the opportunity for reconciliation. We want to apologise for times when we have perhaps contributed towards conflict, when we have ourselves put it further, and when we perhaps haven't dealt with it when we are confronted. We ask you for the strength and the wisdom and the guidance to move things forward to a better place. God of hope, we thank you for bringing us here today, and we thank you for all of the wisdom and the guidance that we can actually go back into our lives and make some moves, make some small moves to make that world a better place. And we just pray for patience and humility and grace to move things in a better direction. Amen.
Yeah. I'm not actually sure if we talked on the plan about who was going to say thank you at the end and make.
Me.
That's meant to be Sorrel. Sorrel was looking at something.
Oh, sorry.
And I thought I'd better leap off. There you go.
Sorry, I did not look fast enough.
No.
Nope, I'm just going to have to hold that. Yes, sorry, I was finding my virtual bit of paper with my notices on. Thank you. Thank you to all of you for joining us. Thank you to Will for the lovely reflection that we've just had, and thank you to all of our speakers. Also, thank you for Project Bonhoeffer for coming to join us. It has been really, I feel like quite a lot of Project Bonhoeffer has now disappeared, but it was really, really good to have you guys with us.
They're all old. All gone home. So just be gentle about them. Two of us aren't that old. But on behalf of us, we'd just like to say we've loved working with you today, and the vitality for all of you as well. So I just thank you. It's maybe two-way street. Thank you.
Oh, that's all very lovely. Thank you. And thank you for welcoming us to your chaplaincy. It's been a really nice venue, and I've had a good nosy round. I work in a chaplaincy, so it's been a bit educational for me as well. So basically, thanks everybody. There will be a feedback form, voila, on the slide. If you could please QR it. Feedback forms really useful for everybody's funding, and also just to know what we can do better next year, what we can change. All of that is also we do genuinely take it seriously. I go to meetings. We like to take a picture of our gathering. We often use this on promotional materials on our website and so on in the future. So if you're not happy to be put on the internet, you don't have to be in the picture. That's fine. But if you would like to be in a picture, it would be lovely to have a photo. Where should we do it?
Probably at the front.
Yeah, probably just at the front here.
Yeah.
That would be.
You're already in.
Come round me. That would be fantastic. And all that's left to do now is safe travels. Go well.
Thank you very much.